Hey, Jason, this is a test. Can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Uh, I can hear you.
Hey, Robin from BC Hydro. Can you hear me?
I can, yeah.
Thank you.
Just a quick question. Are you going to be controlling the slides for us, or do you want us to share and control?
Yeah, I can control. Just let me know when to advance to the next slide, and I can just flip the slide over.
Okay, perfect. Thanks so much.
Ted from BC Hydro. This is a test. Can you hear me?
I can do a
Thank
video
you.
test. Can you see me? Hello?
I can see you, Ted.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, good evening, everyone, and welcome to our regular council meeting of Monday, November the 25th. I'll now call tonight's meeting to order and begin by acknowledging that this meeting tonight is being held on the territorial lands of the Sooke and Sienna Nations. Okay, council, I'll look for approval of tonight's agenda. That'll be 3.1 for the agenda to be adopted as presented, and that would include the supplementals in yellow. Moved by Councillor Pearson and seconded by St. Pierre. All those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Our first item up tonight is a public input meeting for 4.1, and that is for a liquor license referral for 1528 Whiffin Spit Road. So I'll turn that over to staff, please.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so this presentation is related to a liquor license application at 1528 Whiffin Spit Road. The subject property is the location of the Sooke Harbor House, a hotel consisting of 28 guest rooms, restaurant, lounge, patio, and conference room. The property is 8,405 square meters located on the waterfront with an overflow parking area across the street to the north. Surrounding land uses include rural residential in the form of low-density single detached dwellings to the north, south, and west, and Whiffin Spit Park to the east. On October 15th, staff presented a report to council seeking direction to opt in or out of commenting on the application. Council resolved to comment on the application and in accordance with district policy, directed staff to seek the views of residents and report on the regulatory criteria. The proposal consists of 3 liquor license applications, including a new liquor primary license for the basement floor, or level 1 from 9 a.m. to 2 a.m. every day of the week. An amendment to the existing food primary license to add patron participation entertainment endorsement to all food primary licensed areas located on the main floor, level 2. And an amendment to the existing food primary license to extend liquor service hours from midnight to 2 a.m. every day of the week. Yes, so the proposed liquor primary license applies to the ice room or lounge bar and conference room on level 1. The occupant load is 22 persons for the ice room and 32 persons for the conference room for a total of 54. The liquor primary license is intended to accommodate a small number of guests within the lounge or to use the conference room for wine tasting or education. This will provide a space for guests that does not require them to stay seated or for the area to be food focused as otherwise required with the food primary license. The first amendment to the existing food primary license is to add patron participation and entertainment endorsement to all licensed areas on the main floor or level 2. This includes the restaurant, copper room, patio, as noted on the floor plans or attachment 1 of the report. Total occupancy is 191 persons. A patron participation entertainment endorsement is required for customers to become actively involved in entertainment, provided that food still remains the primary focus. Examples include dancing, karaoke, open mic, and trivia nights. The entertainment must also be suitable for minors, and activities related to this endorsement must end by midnight, regardless of service hours being extended beyond that time. The second amendment is proposing to extend liquor license service hours for all food primary areas on the main floor from midnight until 2 a.m. every day of the week. This is intended to allow for additional flexibility for guest bookings, including weddings and special events. This again includes the restaurant, dining room, patio, and copper room with a total occupancy load of 191 persons. The LCRB process requires local governments comment on the following criteria as part of the referral: the impact of noise, whether the amendment may result in the establishment being operated in a manner that is contrary to its primary purpose, the location of the establishment, and person capacity and hours of liquor service. Following public input, council is required to make a recommendation by resolution to the LCRB to either approve or reject the application or approve with conditions. Regarding noise and community impact, the hotel has been in operation at its current location in some form since the 1920s. As noted previously, the location of the property is within a residential neighborhood, although it's fenced and landscaped along its perimeter. Staff recognize the greater potential for noise given the proposed licenses to permit service hours until 2 a.m., as well as the PPE endorsement. To mitigate noise, staff recommend council consider limiting the extended hours and PPE endorsement to enclosed areas only, to not apply to the outdoor patio space. The subject property is zoned general commercial, which permits a range of uses, including hotel, which may include restaurant, conference center, and premises licensed under the Liquor Control and Licensing Act. The proposed liquor licenses align with the permitted uses of the zone, as well as those under the associated business license. Staff do not envision the inappropriate operation of the establishment resulting from the approval of these liquor licenses. In accordance with bylaw number 900, the public has been notified by mail, newspaper, and on-site signage regarding the application details and how to submit feedback. 4 written submissions were received, including as part of the supplemental agenda, noting concerns with extension of service hours until 2 a.m., which could have the potential for creating noise in an otherwise quiet residential neighborhood, as well as the ability for the establishment to operate their license responsibly. Regarding capacity and hours, in summary, both liquor primary and food primary service hours are proposed from 9 a.m. to 2 a.m. every day of the week. The proposed liquor primary license is limited to level 1 and a 54-person capacity, while the food primary is limited to level 2, the main floor, and includes the patio for a maximum occupant load of 191 persons. No increase to occupant load is required to accommodate the proposal, as the capacity has been approved under previous licensing and business license inspections. Staff recommend council consider limiting the PPE and extension of service hours for the food primary to enclosed areas only to mitigate potential noise. And in conclusion, both the liquor primary and food primary licenses are proposing servicing hours from 9 a.m. to 2 a.m. every day of the week. The patron participation entertainment endorsement as proposed would apply to all food primary areas, including the patio on level 2. Staff are recommending limiting this to enclosed areas only to mitigate the potential for noise. Council may include conditions in its recommendation to the LCRB to further limit service hours to both the liquor primary and food primary license if it feels it's in the public interest. The LCRB will consider any conditions from the local government during their review. Other operating rules may also be imposed under the business license, but it would be the responsibility of the district to enforce. Staff have provided a recommendation here. That council recommend the LCRB approve the liquor primary license, and that council approve the amendments or recommend that the LCRB approve the amendments to the food primary license to add a PPE endorsement and extend service hours to 2 a.m. subject to the condition that they are not applied to the outdoor patio area as shown on the floor plan or attachment 1 of the report. This concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation and for the staff report. We do have a set public input section for this particular item. So I'll just ask council if you have any questions for staff for clarity before we open the mic, before we invite the public to come forward. So any questions of staff from anyone? No. Okay, so I'll now invite any members of the public that would like to speak on this particular item. If you could please come forward and turn on the microphone and introduce yourself. We just require your name for the record and please turn on the microphone. There's a button on the stem of there. Yeah, thank you.
Hopefully that works. Good evening. My name is Rebecca Harden. I'm the consultant on file. I just wanted to I don't really have a formal presentation. I just wanted to say thank you for having us and working through the process with us and to see if there were any questions with respect to the application. We also have Manfred in the audience as well, who is the general manager of Sooke Harbor House that could answer any operational questions too, if there were any, because I know specifically around the noise concerns on the patio, we'd be happy to have that dialogue just to make sure the application can go forward and make sure that they're being good neighbors, because it is a hotel facility as well, where people do sleep on the property. So it's not their intent to be noisy and loud and rambunctious. So they have, yeah, they just wish to be a good neighbor and just thought I would say thank you.
Okay, since you're here, thank you very much for coming forward. Our staff are recommending that that it was midnight for enclosed areas. So is that workable or is your preference the 2 a.m. on the patio?
They do have outdoor weddings that occur, which is kind of the rationale around the original intent of the application. That upper area on the patio is food primary. It is currently licensed until midnight. And the feedback from various brides and event staff were to have some extended hours. Obviously, the food primary hours would be for the interior as well. We were hoping if there could be a patio and a patron participation that went until, well, the hours could go until 1 a.m. even as a compromise, or perhaps it's just Fridays and Saturdays to accommodate special events in some way. We're happy to have that conversation too, rather than just putting it in the interior, which is obviously an option too, if that's what the community wishes to see. We were just trying to create some flexibility in event space.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to just direct this maybe to our staff is in the event that council decides to, okay, we're going to go to 2 a.m. and let's say we receive numerous complaints. Not saying we would, but we do. Do we then have the avenue to scale it back? Like, what does that look like?
Yeah, I suppose there could be an option through a business license renewal or liquor license renewal in coordination with the LCRB.
I can speak to that as well. Yes. So the short answer is yes. You can always, if there's, fast forward 5 years from now and there's a rapid fire complaints or something, you can engage the local liquor inspector to work with the licensee. And if they can't become a good neighbor, then the liquor branch will absolutely work with the community to limit a liquor license in ensuring they're behaving properly. So it's an option.
Makes sense. Counselor Pearson?
Yeah, through the chair to you, and thanks for being here. Just a question around truncating the patio area. Is it possible to have a license for the food preparation area or the food serving area, and then have that the patio, everyone has to be in by midnight inside from the patio? It's limited number of days, I recognize, but is that part of a discussion?
It certainly could be in order to make sure that, obviously we're managing a community and managing business expectations. So just for clarity, are you just stating inside then? Maybe just clarify that for me.
Well,
That-
I mean, I'm assuming that most of the noise complaints would come from
The
the
patio,
patio area, the
assuming.
outdoor, or the risk of it. I
Of
mean,
course,
whether
yeah.
it really would or not, I don't know. But would it be possible to limit the hours on the patio itself so that your
Yes.
staff could manage those people, say, okay, well, you know what? Last call on the patio is at midnight.
Yep.
Everyone has to be inside.
Sure, out of this resolution that comes this evening, that could be something that council made that decision on, where perhaps you allow for 2 AM hours on the interior, but you'd like a restriction placed on the liquor license that limits exterior patio hours to 1 AM or midnight or whatever you see fit. That is an option as well.
Okay, thank you.
Counselor Beddoes?
But isn't that the recommendation?
Correct.
Is to limit the patio to midnight and everybody has to go inside at midnight. And that's what we just
Yeah.
discussed. So
That's what they're recommending.
That's correct.
oh, okay, well,
Yeah.
that's fine.
It's just not what we applied for, I think.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, that's fine. Okay, thanks.
Okay, I'm just gonna ask, was there anything else? Just because it is public input,
No,
so
no, I just wanted to.
we'll
let
call
know
you
that-
back
Of
if
course.
needed.
Do I turn
Thank you.
this off?
Sure. Yeah, thank you for being here tonight. We're still in public input, so I'll ask if there's other members of the public that would like to comment on this application tonight. Calling for a second time. Okay, please come on forward and introduce yourself. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Matt Fidegat. I'm the new general manager at the Sooke Harbor House. Just wanted to be part of it, introduce myself so everyone sees who's in charge at the Sooke Harbor House right now. And yep, thank you for taking the time this evening.
Welcome. Thank you for being here. Any other members of the public wishing to comment on this application?
Hi, Steve Anderson from Sooke. Just from a professional musician point of view, as far as, noise outside, I have decades of experience with that, with being too loud. This isn't the type of thing I can picture that, if goes until 2 AM, people are allowed to be outside, keeping the volume down and still enjoying their after wedding receptions and all that and having drinks on the patio. That's pretty common. It doesn't have to be big heavy metal bands waking up the whole neighborhood either. It is a classy, quiet place. I can picture it'd probably be appropriate sound volumes anyways. So yeah, there's my 2 bits. Thank you.
That might be disappointing to some, but thank you, Mr. Anderson. Other members of the public wishing to comment on the application for a third and final time? Okay, seeing none, I'll turn this back to council. Councillor Bateman, you had a question perhaps?
Yeah. So the liquor control and licensing regulation allows service between 9 AM and 4 AM, I believe. Is that correct?
Through the mayor, that's correct.
Yeah. So my question was through you to our the consultant, if she could return to the table. I was just interested in the clientele you'd be anticipating from midnight to 2. It would be, the restaurant would remain open to the public at large.
Yeah, they're obligated to maintain their restaurant status at all times. So anytime they're open to the general public, they must have food service because it's a food primary application. It's a food primary liquor license where liquor is ancillary to the business type. So there will always be food. Because we've applied for this patron participation entertainment endorsement,
Right.
essentially allows people to get up and dance at a wedding. That must stop at midnight. So the intent is those who want to remain in place or have another glass of wine or enjoy their space from that midnight to after hours. That was the intent of it. It's not about a big, huge party. It's just to accommodate guests.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, the residents on Sea Lion Way who responded were concerned about the thought of at 2 a.m. there would be a large exodus of people from the hotel going to their cars, which will likely possibly be parked on Sea Lion Way.
Fair enough. A lot of the guests do remain on site because it is a
Right.
hotel as well. So we're finding they're managing obviously traffic coming and going, which is a fair statement. I'm curious around, I don't actually know this answer. The history of the site has always been a hotel. So has that impacted previously? So it's something we chatted about briefly with planning department when we were trying to understand if there had been prior complaints around noise. And it sounds like the course of the history of the entire establishment, I think there was only one noise complaint in the history of it. So
Yeah.
it doesn't strike me as something that would occur in the future because it didn't already occur in.
Of course, I'm not clear on what the hours, the operating hours of the restaurant was back in the day.
Oh, fair enough. I don't know that either. Standard hours in this province are 9 a.m. to midnight, and I think they've been that since I've been doing this, so the better part of 20 years or so.
Okay, okay. I have another question, but it's gone. Thank you.
Of course.
Go ahead, Counselor Beddoes.
Yeah, I just want to touch on this patron participation entertainment endorsement. Now, you touched on it, Barry. I just want to get it clear in my mind. That endorsement means that at midnight, there's no entertainment out there. So all we will be dealing with is people sitting out having a drink.
Correct.
Or two or three,
Correct.
whatever it is.
Yes.
4 if I was there. But anyways, okay, that's good. I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
But I think it's the place is staffed. So there's people there monitoring consumption. So it's not like take the keg outside, like they're being served. So it's managed. It's not people coming in from the public because unless it's a wedding crasher, I suppose. Counselor Bateman.
Out of my other question, that was, you mentioned the Friday and Saturday only option. Now that, of course, would give solace to residents in the area, knowing that those are the 2 nights they might expect.
It could certainly be an option if that's what you saw. It's obviously not the best interest of the business, but maybe it's a solid compromise in terms of still being able to facilitate weddings and events on a weekend where someone's not, having to work on a Tuesday morning or something.
Okay, excellent. Thank you.
Just ask this though, like in terms of weddings, as I've heard from another establishment in Sooke though, is that they're booked every day of the week. all
It's
the
true.
time.
Yes, there's
And-
a large demand for 7 days a week, which is the original intent of the application, was to allow for that flexibility of the 9 a.m. to 2 a.m. and just see to meet the demand of what's going on. It's a higher end establishment, so it's definitely what we're hearing in terms of a consumer demand.
Yeah, and I don't recall what the hours are for that particular one, but I'm unaware if there being complaints related to, they have an outdoor courtyard, they have the gazebo, and I'm not aware of a complaint related to that, and people do come and go like at various hours, right? Counselor St. Pierre.
Just curious, as it happens, the district is trying to actually incentivize business and trying to actually get more jobs locally and so on and so forth. I'm curious about do you have any idea what the economic spin-offs are of having, essentially weddings on a regular basis? Like how does that affect the rest of the community economically speaking?
That is a question I don't honestly know. My true scope is licensing, legislation, and regulations. I might default to Manfred. Would you mind coming up? You might know. Question you might be able to answer.
Well, with increase in weddings or events in general, so that's weddings or corporate events. I mean, we do give a lot of business to locals or local businesses. So whether that's breweries, printing signs and whatnot. And it also means that for bigger events, we need extra hands. So we have a lot more people who are working at these weddings. Again, we have a lot of inquiries. We don't know yet how many we will actually have. So we just have to be prepared when we get inquiries that we can serve.
You're asking about the economic spin-offs?
I get the sense that they may not have specific answers in terms of what the benefits might be to the larger community, and that's fine. I'm happy to know that the Harbor House would actually have economic spin-offs of its own in terms of increasing use of local businesses and more work for local people.
Right, well, when the Harbor House was open before, there's all of the whole bridal party in many ways is using hair salons and stylists and wedding dress designers, like depending on the size of the party, like the whole bridal party is getting as hair and makeup and nails done, wedding photography, dress design, florists,
Transportation then.
transportation, limousine rentals, bridal stagettes and stag parties and all of that. So there's a lot that comes out into the community as a result of, and if you think of places that we've gone for conferences, there's a desire to return and explore these places on your own accord when you've been introduced to them. So sometimes it's, oh, I've never been to Sooke, I'm going to return there. You hear that from a lot of people that end up settling in here, calling this place home because they had an experience or attended a wedding or an event or something in years past. Councillor Pearson.
Yes, I'm going to move that council recommend the LCRB.
Sorry, I'm just going to pause
You
you
want- no.
for a moment. I just want to thank our guests and
Oh,
ask
okay.
them to take their seats again. So thank you for being with us. And just do a final call to make sure there was no outstanding members of the public who wanted to comment. I don't think so. I think I've done that actually. Okay, so I will
Yeah.
turn it to you. Thank you.
Yeah, that council recommend the LCRB approve the new liquor license, primary license job number 088429. And that council recommend to the LCRB approve the amendment to the food primary license job number 088329 to add patron participation entertainment endorsement subject to the condition it is not applied to the outdoor patio as shown on the floor plan. Attachment 1, and that council recommend the LCRB approve the amendment to the food primary license job number 088427 to extend service hours to all food primary areas, subject to the condition that it is not applied to the outdoor patio area as shown on the floor plan. Attachment 1.
So essentially the staff recommendation. So let's move by Councillor Pearson. Is there a seconder? Call for a seconder. I don't have a seconder for that motion. Seconding for discussion by Councillor McMath. Okay, go ahead and motivate Councillor Pearson.
I think that we just had a presentation by our economic development officer. We know that hotels are full. We know that we're now getting close to 17,000 people in our community, and I think this is an amenity that's needed, and that the liquor license that goes along with it is a critical part of their success.
Okay, thank you, Councillor McMath.
I agree. I would just remove the condition. And I would have the extension until 2 AM. And should there be a surplus of complaints, then we can work with the liquor board and bylaw. As a business, they're not going to be inclined to be poor neighbors. It's going to damage their reputation, all those pieces. So it's in their best interest to have their patrons act accordingly, and they're motivated to do that.
Okay, Councillor Beddoes.
Yeah, I'm on the same thinking, is that it can be manageable on the patio, as long as there's not bands and they've got that covered. But sure, to go to 2 AM for someone to sit there in a summer evening, I don't have any problem with. So I'm inclined to agree with Councilor McMath that if they took that condition out of there, I would be voting for it. But I think it's a bit onerous, and I think the establishment will monitor it themselves, and as Councilor McMath says, there is a recourse if they don't. So I'm happy with having that removed.
Okay, so let's look at if it's on the floor for discussion. So I'm going to go to the seconder. That would you be prepared to move an amendment, and that would be in the second paragraph is public participation and entertainment endorsement period, and then take out the rest. Yeah, subject to the condition. And then in the second part, it would be the same thing, to extend service hours to all food primary areas, period. And then the rest comes out. And then I just want to clarify with staff then, if we did that, would that meet then the 2 AM every day of the week, because we're taking those out. I just want to make sure that I'm reading that right.
That's correct, yeah. For extra clarity, I'd recommend in the first paragraph that we show the 9 AM to 2 AM time period as well.
Okay, are you prepared to move all that as a amendment, Councillor McMath? It is a significant change off the main motion, but
Yes, I am.
okay, so, okay,
Second that.
okay, we're on the amendment now.
Right. I'd like to make an amendment to the amendment.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor. That's moved. Let me just clarify. That's been moved by Councillor McMath has moved the amendment. Councillor Beto seconded that amendment. And you would like to would you like to speak to the amendment first before I go to you to make an amending amendment? Okay, anything, Councillor Bettles?
No, I think it's pretty clear. It's too bad I didn't hear that from Councillor Bateman, and we might have modified it one more time, but go ahead, yep. I'm
Yeah,
good
who
with it.
knows? The night is young. Go ahead,
third
in the microphone.
In the third paragraph, I would suggest in the second line to extend service hours to all food primary areas on Friday and Saturday nights.
Is there a seconder for the Friday and Saturday?
Okay, I tried. Thank you.
No, but okay, no, so that's not moved. Okay, so now on the amended motion, Councillor St. Pierre.
Through your worship, clarification question through staff. I just want to make sure that we've got this right. In the second piece, patron participant entertainment endorsement. Is that dancing? Are we looking at dancing at 2 AM outside with music? Because my understanding was no.
Yeah.
Perfect. I just,
Sorry, no, you.
right, well, we cheated it and now I have the answer. So that's good. All right. That's fine. Thank you very much. That was
So
it.
for clarity, there's no dancing outside. It's only on the inside.
That was my previous
Okay.
understanding, but then I had a bit of a,
Sorry, through the mayor, my understanding is that yes, patron participation can include dancing.
that was my
And that
understanding through the reading.
could be outside with
Oh.
this license.
Good grief. Okay. So basically what we're trying to do is to go to what the applicant had applied for. So I'm asking our corporate officer now to assist with that in the most effective way. I shouldn't have done that.
May I comment or?
Just pause until we get there.
Thank you. My apologies on that one. My understanding is the additional of permitting 9 AM to 2 AM operating hours to the first section would meet with the request from the applicant.
Okay, so the part I'm not clear on is because it's in red, we're removing that though. The amendment was to remove that.
My apologies.
Okay. Because that amendment passed. We voted on the amendment, did we?
What the amendments on the floor?
Okay, so the pieces that are red should be struck through and then. Yeah, except for approve, yeah, the pieces in red should be struck through. Because the amendment was to remove that condition.
Yeah, my apologies. The strike through isn't working on my computer right now, and so they're in red.
Oh, I
and
see.
after council votes on the amendment, I will certainly remove those for clarity before council votes on the main motion as amended if it's carried.
Okay, got it. So is there any more discussion on the amendment? Go ahead, Councillor St. Pierre.
Unfortunately, I'm still not knowing exactly what's happening with the dancing till 2 AM. It sounds like you can dance. And having said that, I don't think the applicant was necessarily requesting that. What I heard from the applicant was that they were looking for the opportunity for people to basically have drinks, enjoy themselves quietly in the evening and so on and so forth, but there would be no dancing. These are two different things.
I'm going to ask our staff for Mr. Riley.
Thank you. Through the mayor, so PPE endorsement must end at midnight, regardless of the extension of hours. So dancing would, I guess, be limited to that time frame.
Perfect. Okay. So the applicant, cool.
Okay, good. Anything else on the amendment? Okay, no, I'll just speak briefly in support of the amendment. I think these are special events for people, and it may be the case where after sort of the dancing and all of that has done, the tossing of the bouquet, that people may just want to sit quietly and enjoy themselves. And it's a beautiful night in Sooke. You'd want to sit outside and enjoy that and not be shut inside. Mr. Riley.
Sorry, one last thing, just regarding the motion here, the strikeout to the amendment. So these are amendment applications to an existing license, so that should not be struck through.
Okay, so the first part of that, the amendment 2 should remain. Council recommend the LCRB approve the amendment. That's fine. And same in the second one, amendment to that should remain. And then it's just everything else after areas and is all fine. That meets with what the applicant, I think that meets the intention here. And as Councillor McMath said earlier, if we do have issues, we can take it up at a later date. And we'll go for there. So on the amendment, please, all those in favor of the amendment? Any opposed to the amendment? None opposed. So now on the amended main motion, are there any further comments? Go ahead, Councillor St. Pierre.
Very briefly, I think we can actually make changes in the future if there are any problems, but I do think this is going to be a resource also for the residents. The residents will have the opportunity to actually use the facilities up to 2 a.m. if they want to. So it's actually kind of nice for everybody. And historically, there haven't been very many problems. And if there are problems, they will be resolved.
Yep, no, that makes sense. Go ahead, Councillor Bateman.
I'll speak as a Whiff and Spit resident, and I will note that it is very much a residential neighborhood with the one exception of the Harbor House, which is always being the classiest of operations. And I'm sure it will remain so. We're not going to have, as Mr. Anderson stated, heavy metal bands or DJs blasting ABBA at 1:30 in the morning. So the Sea Lion, but if so, then we can make some amendments to this. So I will vote in favor.
Well, a private residence might choose to host said band, in which case it's out of our scope entirely, right? So. But no, I just, welcome to the new ownership and management. And we wish you well and the very best going forward. And Sooke is a destination for outdoor events. And again, for locals to enjoy something on a beautiful summer night, it would be a nice thing to have. All right, I just wanted to say something nice. All those in favor, please. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you very much, everyone, for your work on this and to those that attended and spoke. Okay, so we're going to move on to our next item here, which is adoption of meeting minutes from November the 12th and November 18th, regular council and committee of the whole. Moving adoption by Councillor St. Pierre and seconded by Councillor Beddoes. All those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. We're moving on to our invited presentations. So our first one up, we have 2 tonight. Our first one up tonight is BC Hydro, Power Pathways, Building BC's Energy Future. So this has been rescheduled from an earlier date that we had. So thank you for making yourselves available to be here tonight.
Yeah, and thank you so much for having us here, Mayor and Council. My name is Robin Webb, and I'm the manager of local government with climate action with BC Hydro. And my colleague, Ted Olenek, is also here with me as well to answer questions today. So yes, again, thank you for giving us the time. We're going to talk a little bit about some of the initiatives underway at BC Hydro right now to support building BC's energy future. So if we can move on to the next slide. As many of you are aware, we really are in the midst of an energy transition here in BC. Many residents have begun that switch from fossil fuels to cleaner, renewable sources of power. And this has resulted in an unprecedented level of interest and demand on our electricity system. So we at Hydro, we are aware that our system today won't meet tomorrow's needs. And so what we'd like to talk to you more about today is the steps that we are taking to source clean electricity that's needed and to build out the required infrastructure to meet that demand. So if we move on to the next slide. At Hydro, we engage in an integrated resource planning process. I often liken this to municipalities as something similar to your OCP. So this is our longest term planning exercise that we do as a utility. And so that integrated resource plan includes a load forecast that lays out what load growth will look like and how we as Hydro will supply it with clean electricity. So our planning process is flexible, and it's meant to prepare us for high and low load scenarios. So that could be from, really accelerated adoption of electrification or to economic downturns. So some of the things that we're currently seeing across the province that are impacting our demand today are, we are seeing today and estimating into the future that there'll be significant population growth, about 1 million more people by 2032, which will mean a lot more housing that we'll need to connect. But also, there really are big changes in technologies and the growing adoption of electric heat pumps and electric vehicles are factoring into some of that demand increase as well. But there is also the adoption of new legislation and policy from all levels of government, including the local government adoption of the Zero Carbon Step Code. So I did want to note at this point in time too, that at Hydro, our load forecasting team is currently incorporating municipal adoption of Zero Carbon Step Code into our future forecast moving forward. But again, if we look back to sort of the big picture about what you see on the graph here today, you can see that demand has really been flat for a number of years, but we really are anticipating that we're heading into this growth phase, and we're forecasting that electricity growth across the province will grow by 15% more by 2030. So if we move on to the next slide. So given that, what are the different things that we're doing as a utility to increase the amount of electricity that we have available to us? The first thing we're doing is bringing on Site C and adding it to the list of the 30 hydroelectric plants that we currently operate. Reservoir filling has begun at Site C, and some of the generating units are actually up and running. But once it's fully operational, and we're anticipating sometime around the end of this year, Site C will add enough power for about 500,000 homes or about 1.7 million EVs. So if we move on to the next slide. The second thing that we have underway is a call for power. So this is a competitive call for new sources of renewable electricity. And the call actually closed in September. So we were looking to secure 3,000 gigawatt hours of new electricity, and we received project applications totaling about 9,000 gigawatt hours, or 3 times the capacity that we're looking for in this first call. To give you a bit of a sense of what those applications look like, about 70% of the applications were for wind, about 20% were for solar, and the remaining were a mix of things like small scale hydro, biomass, things like that. So we now have the task of evaluating these proposals internally and choosing the best projects based on a number of factors, including price as one of the primary decision points. But I just wanted to quickly talk about one of the really important aspects of this call was that for each of the projects that bid into this call for power, they had to include a 25% equity co-ownership model with local Indigenous communities and First Nations where on the territory where the project is located. And so now that we're vetting the proposals, we expect to award those electricity purchase agreements by the end of this year, and that the projects will actually start coming online as early as 2028. And once all of these projects are up and operational, it would be about equivalent to about 270,000 homes worth of electricity. And so at Hydro, we also know that we're anticipating only the first in many subsequent calls for power that we look to issue into the future. So I think we're excited that we got such a good response to this first one, though. If we move on to the next slide, so we've mostly been talking about initiatives on the supply side and new generation. We're also working in tandem with that to ensure that we have the investments to get the electricity to its end uses. And so we are investing about $36 billion into our 10-year capital plan. This is the plan that focuses on that sort of community and regional level infrastructure investments. So the substations and feeders, all of that infrastructure that's within local government boundaries. And just to give you a sense of the magnitude of investment, this is about an increase of about 50% more in investments over our previous capital plan. So we've really been putting more investment again into that distribution level system. So we plan to spend about $21 billion to sustain some of the existing assets. So that's our dams and working on reliability of the system, but about 15 billion is really focused on that electrification and GHG reduction growth. So again, addressing that load growth and increased customer connections. So if we move on to the next slide, at Hydro, we're also looking to support our customers through this energy transition in a number of different ways. But just like we have for about the past 3 decades through our Power Smart programs, if you're looking at the different rewards and rebates that we've been able to provide to residents, we're now looking to expand this customer choice and to introduce some new programs. A good example of this would be our new solar and battery rebate offer that was just launched in the summer. That's intended to help people generate their own electricity, reduce their energy bills, and deliver clean energy back to our grid. We also have some non-program-based initiatives underway, such as our first voluntary rate structure. So we introduced an optional time of day rate earlier this year in June, and it really provides a financial incentive for customers to use electricity out of those peak demand times. So meaning that we don't have to always continue to build and build more generation to meet that peak, but we can kind of shift it out of those times by providing that financial incentive. We also have a couple of other initiatives going on that are more sort of on the customer service side of our work to, similar to municipalities that sometimes have challenges with permitting timelines. We know that we have to speed up our customer connection timelines. So we're implementing a plan to invest in more resources and training. We've actually already seen reduced timelines for some of this application processing due to new staff. We are also updating something called the distribution extension policy. So this is a policy that determines the cost for new connections to our grid. And so this is badly needed to be modernized, and it's currently in front of the BCUC. Our proposal is looking at creating greater cost certainty for customers in these connection costs, but also reducing some of the inequities that exist with the current policy right now. So if we move on to our last slide, we just wanted to acknowledge that in being able to fully deliver on all of those capital investments that I was talking about, that we need to work really closely with local governments to actually build out this full capital infrastructure investment. And we already kicked off this process by engaging in some joint planning exercises with municipalities in the Capital Regional District at meetings that were held in June. And we're looking forward to doing some more of these sort of collaborative exercises with staff across the region in the future. So with that, I'm gonna close off, and we're more than happy to accept questions from council.
Okay, questions. Go ahead, Councillor Beddoes.
Yeah, thank you very much for that presentation. It was interesting. It did raise a lot of questions, a few of which I'll have here, and you may have to go to somebody else. But you mentioned that the zero carbon step code, you're anticipating all municipalities. but at what level would that be? Because I understand it's EL2, EL3, and EL4. And I'm trying to get more information about it. When I get to the province, it says more information to come. You know, so it sounds like they haven't really firmed it up yet. So what are you anticipating for the province? Are they all going to move to EL4 or there's going to be some areas will be EL2?
Yeah, what we've been doing to date is actually been tracking adoption to date. So my team actually collects a lot of that information and feeds it into our load forecast team. And then we worked with them to look at what the load forecast implications of the different levels would be. So in this case, we're not, we're actually feeding like the real adoption timelines into that team of what has actually been adopted by local governments to date.
A lot of local governments haven't adopted anything yet. I think the majority of them. Okay, well, you've answered it the best you can. I understand that. The other thing is, I was at a seminar that the Premier put on a while ago about the forest industry electrifying. Is that worked into your data too? Because it was a tremendous amount of power, electrical power that they were going to have to use. And at the time when I checked the numbers, I don't have them in front of me, it looked like a pretty tall order. So that calculated in your, it's not just residential, it's everybody.
No, yeah, we have specific like subsets of our forecast. Like for instance, we have a specific electric vehicle forecast, but yes, there's definitely a specific industrial forecast that's being done. And we also have key account managers for some of the biggest industries that we work with at Hydro. And so they're able to provide that intelligence on what's happening in these industries back into our load forecasting team too, so that can be part of the process of determining what that overall load looks like as well too. And we also do different like engagement sessions with different subsects of industry. For instance, we actually did on the newest version of our integrated resource plan that we're working on right now, some engagement with local governments specifically, and we're planning on doing more of that early in the spring as well too.
Okay, my last question, if I'm allowed, is when you buy power off the grid, like you did this last for 2 or 3 months, I think you bought, I forget how much power you bought. How do you know it's green if it's not coal fired? Or I mean, it could come from California for all we know. Is that right? Or so I'm a little worried about that, because we live next door to a province which has tremendous amount of gas, and I think they generate a lot of electricity with gas. So do we have a way of tracking that when you're buying power that is clean power?
Yeah, we do. Every year, the province of BC creates an electricity emissions factor number for the province of BC, which includes all of the electricity that Hydro, Fortis Electric, and others generate in province, but also for those imports as well too. If you'd like, I could share a document afterwards from the province that talks about the emissions intensity of the electrical grid in the province for last year, for 2023, when Hydro did import a significant amount of electricity in that year, and the emissions factor is still very low.
Okay, thank you for that. I'm not sure what that all means, but you do take, but it's a bit of a mystery to me, but thank you for your reply.
Thank you, Councillor Pearson, then St. Pierre.
Yes, good evening, and thank you for the presentation through the chair. So if your prediction is 1 million more houses by 2032, I think that was your number, is that correct? I got that right? And Site C is capable of 500,000 homes, is that right? And then your call for power is going to give us 270,000 homes, 270K. Is that, I think I got those numbers. So what's the percentage of overall, where do we get to? What's sort of your optimum number? Are we at 80% sufficient with hydroelectricity for British Columbia on a roll? You know, is it, I know you probably can't answer specifically, but what is it today and what do you anticipate it to be by 2032 if we need 1 million more homes?
But I think it was a million more humans.
Oh yeah, 1 million more.
Yeah, 1 million more humans. That's very significantly fewer homes. But I guess, yeah, it's a hard question to answer because again, much like your OCPs that look at the amount of growth you guys are going to be looking at, we always do this planning work in cycles. And one of the more recent asks from the BC Utilities Commission is that hydro actually speeds up our planning cycles, given that we are in a time of such change. So instead of doing our integrated resource plan in 5-year cycles, we're actually going to be doing it in 18-month cycles. So that means considering all of the economic modeling population growth forecasts for that particular time and looking at how we're going to meet the demand to. Ted, do you want to jump in and add anything there?
Is there from now until the foreseeable future, is there a difference between capacity and demand? Between hydro, which you're producing now and what the demand is? Is there always going to be a gap, or should we expect that gap to be narrowing over time? I guess 2 questions.
Mm-hmm. Ted, were you going to jump in?
Okay, well, yeah, I mean, our goal is there not to be a very narrow gap between demand and capacity. That's why we have our energy. That's why we have our energy planning process to make sure that we have enough and we are sufficient in what we supply the residents and our customers of British Columbia. We have advanced it. Realize that with electrification, the demand is going up, and we need to make sure we can meet that. So it's not ideal to have a narrow gap. We want to make sure we have the capacity all the time to meet the load.
Okay, Councillor St. Pierre.
Thank you, Your Worship. My question is actually with regards to the call for power, and I was excited to hear that Indigenous communities and groups would be getting a fair amount of equity, 25%, and super excited at the thought that maybe there might be some partnerships for its own utility, and that local governments are actually in a position to profit from energy distribution, production, so on and so forth. In the call to power, were there partnerships with local government? Because I know that in terms of our finances, depending on our property tax is not awesome. I'm curious as to whether or not BC Hydro and just the community in terms of energy is moving in that direction at all.
I don't believe, no, we didn't receive any applications that had a local government partner on them. I think the size of the projects are monumental in scale. So I guess it would depend on the local government's comfort with, borrowing to put in something in the area of sort of 50 megawatts, which is a massive utility scale system. That being said, we also have another application in front of the Utilities Commission around more of a what's often referred to as virtual net metering, or like a community solar rate. And we think that might actually be something that more local governments want to participate in the future, which means that you could put rooftop solar on a lot of your facilities and exceed your demand as a customer, and that you would be able to have these virtual net metering agreements with residents within your municipal boundaries to sell some of that electricity back to them. But again, that is just in front of the BC Utilities Commission right now too. So we're still awaiting whether or not it's something that they would approve or not.
If I could I'll just add, excuse me, it is, the size of the call. It's between 50 to 200 megawatts. We need large addition to the system. What happens in the future with regards to future calls, how we massage it and produce the final one, with input from local government, input from residents, industry, to make sure we can meet the ongoing demand in the province. So it's not something that's not foreseeable down the road. I mean, everything's possible. We did have the standing offer program before, and maybe there's an opportunity that might come back. But at this point, we're focused on the large projects, and we've been lucky in the response we've received from it.
Okay.
And very quickly, I'm curious about, I understand you might have programs to help residents with electrification. You were talking about solar panels, but I was curious about batteries because at least recently we had a power outage, as I'm sure you're probably aware. And the more of our residents that actually had batteries that could buy your power off peak and make sure that your peak wasn't needed quite so much. It seems like the battery technology is really where it would be at in terms of resilience locally in case of power outages, but also helping BC Hydro move away from having to produce extra capacity to meet the peak demands. Is there a strong push in that direction?
Yeah, so when we launched that, it was a solar and battery offer that was launched for residents in this, I think it was in July that it launched. And so it actually has equal incentive amounts for solar PV as it has for batteries. We also have a commercial battery offer too for large customers that would allow hydro to be able to dispatch some of the capacity in those large batteries, and we would offer them an incentive to allow us to do that as well too. We're also looking at the use of batteries at a utility scale, like how we can use them to manage demand too. So I guess, yeah, sort of a bunch of different scales of how they're being implemented, but we can follow up in an email too with some information about that program as well too.
Thank you so much.
Okay, anything, Councillor Bateman?
Yeah, thank you. Through you to our presenters. I'm curious, so EL4 will be mandated by 2030 here in the province for the zero carbon step code. And this call to power is absolutely to prepare for that day by producing 15% more power by 2030. Is that, will you be ready for the full mandating of or in 2030?
Yeah, and the call for power and Site C and the various initiatives that we have around energy efficiency, like also decreasing load, are the zero carbon step code demand is only a small fraction of that too. That does include, again, the full like commercial, industrial, and residential demand across the province when we talk about that 15% growth. So yeah, so it's incorporated into that number.
Yeah, I did see these BC energy demand statistics, and I guess this would be the entire package, which indicates BC Hydro supplies 14% of total demand in the province. Fortis is at 17%, refined petroleum products 38%, and then various other elements as well. But in terms of residential demand, do you have some numbers on that?
I don't off the top of my head. Ted, do you have any of the... Okay. How about we check in with our load forecasting team and get back to you with those numbers?
Yeah. Because this, of course, is all about GHG reductions here. And I do know here in Sooke, the latest Stantec report indicates that approximately 8% of our emissions are residential. And yeah, so, okay, climate zones. I'm curious here. So in 2030, when EL4 is mandated for all local governments in BC, I thought the point of the zero carbon step code was that it recognized different climate zones. So here on the South Coast, where we're in climate zone 4, which is a relatively mild climate versus up north. So how will they manage up north implementing EL4? Do you have any thoughts on that?
You know what, that's really a question for municipal staff or the province, I think, about how, like at the building scale, what the mitigation techniques are for managing that. But I guess it is all to say there's also the interplay between the zero carbon step code and the energy step code, so the energy efficiency step code. And so in order to meet the efficiency requirements in the north right now too, you also have to have, more insulation and a greater degree of airtightness to begin with too, just because of the different climate there as well. So again, the province designed this to be implementable across the province, but I guess, yeah, again, I would ask that question to some of your staff bringing forward the report later as well too.
I know you're looking at multiple sectors. I'm curious what in seeing level 4 provisions being implemented here on the South Island in Victoria, Saanich and elsewhere, what kind of feedback are you getting from the building community, or do you have any anecdotal points you can raise with us?
About zero carbon step code adoption from the building community. My colleague works really closely with the Canadian Home Builders Association, and she's actually just been doing a tour with them across BC. Fortis has also been part of that tour as well, to talking with builders about, again, the different pathways of how you can reach the step code, different design strategies for getting there. And so I think we've heard positive feedback to date about builders' ability to be able to do that. But again, I hope that your staff also had a chance to engage your local building community and to ask them some of those questions as well too.
One final question, and that is, I understand at EL4, if you use a heat pump for heating water and home space heating, that would still allow the implementation of some gas appliances. Is that your understanding?
That is my understanding as well.
Thank you.
Councillor McMath?
I just have a couple questions in terms of looking at hydro from a risk management perspective. So your primary source is Peace River, is that correct?
Ted, do you want to?
Yeah, when Peace when Site C is completely up and running, 40% of all our energy will be coming from the Peace River system. But we still have, of course, the Mica and Revelstoke and others on Vancouver Island as well.
And when was that facility built?
Peace, WAC, the WAC Bennett and Williston, all that was done in the 60s. Peace Site C is just finishing up now.
And since that time, what infrastructure upgrades have occurred just as all infrastructure degrades? What have you guys done to enable like the security of that facility?
Of that particular facility or all our facilities?
That facility.
Security upgrades. I mean, we've done resource smart upgrades at other facilities at Revelstoke and Mica, adding more generators there. If that's what you're referring to.
And or seismic.
Well, we did a complete seismic study. I'm not too familiar with the seismic work we've done at WAC Bennett at Williston. I know we did a study across the province. That's where we're spending a substantial amount of John Hart, and we've done upgrades at all our facilities across the province where they were in a seismically sensitive area. Quite familiar with the issue at Jordan River, but we're doing a lot of seismic upgrades at John Hart.
Is BC Hydro's vision to ultimately be that every home, vehicle, etc., is electric? Is that the vision of Hydro, or is it more of a collaborative approach with other providers like Fortis?
I mean, I'll let Robin answer as well, but I think our notion is that we're not going to. Our goal is not to replace fossil fuels completely. It's just to decrease the reliance on fossil fuels. I forget, is it 70% the amount of all our energy needs come from fossil fuel right now? So we feel there's a lot of room to reduce dependency on that, and electricity is the clean, renewable alternative.
I asked you those questions. For example, this last, we've had a couple windstorms here. We have the blizzard of 96 in 2006. And so when the electricity goes down, especially in a rural community like Sooke, we're incredibly dependent on those alternatives. So there is hesitancy around putting all of our eggs in one basket. That's why I was curious if you guys were looking at a collaborative approach. Well,
no matter where you generate or what you use to generate, you're still going to have to transmit it, whether it's through distribution or transmission. So, I mean, even if the I'm not sure, I'm not involved in the call, but I know there was the solar farm that was planned for in the back hills around Sooke and all that. So I don't know if that had gone ahead or not. That was part of the call, sorry. But it would still have to get to the homes. It's like people wanting underground. It doesn't solve the problem. There's still going to be issues if you underground the lines or anything like that. So the battery program is a great, for people who live in remote areas. Certainly using the solar program with battery backup and the incentives that are there. It's a great opportunity for residents.
Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you very much for your time with us today. We're moving on. I appreciate your work most recently as well in mobilizing crews to get everyone back online. It was quite the storm, so thank you very much. And also for being with us tonight. We missed you in July because of the wildfire. So glad that we were able to bring everyone tonight. Goodbye now, as we do have other presentations and need to move on in the agenda. So thank you for being with us.
Thank you.
Okay, so our next invited guest tonight is FortisBC, District of Sooke Energy and Climate Goals. So say welcome to our guests that are here with us tonight. I understand that we also have someone joining us virtually as well. Okay, welcome, Carmen.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Carmen LeBlanc. I'm a manager of community and Indigenous relations for FortisBC, working in service of communities here on Vancouver Island and the Sunshine Coast. Joining me tonight online is my colleague Jason Wolf. He's our Director of Energy Solutions, and John Drazek, Regional Energy Solutions Manager, is here with me here. We're grateful to join you tonight on the traditional lands of the Sooke and Chiano people, and we're grateful for the invitation to participate in this important discussion around energy and the Zero Carbon Step Code and the role of the gas system. As your council considers adoption of the Zero Carbon Step Code, we encourage you to diligently consider the long-term impacts of this policy decision on energy choice, resiliency, and affordability. We strongly believe that access to diversified and complementary energy systems best support these important factors for homes and businesses in Sooke today, and as we move toward a net zero future. We're here to advocate for the homes and businesses who value choice, resiliency, affordability, and climate action. We recommend that the District of Sooke follow the province's timeline for adoption of the Zero Carbon Step Code and work closely with FortisBC to deliver or to leverage our products and programs to support local homes, businesses, and municipal facilities in reducing energy use and improving efficiency within your community. This will allow the gas and electric systems to continue to evolve while supporting emissions reductions from the homes and businesses in Sooke, matching the types of energy to their best, most efficient use. Our presentation this evening centers on providing multiple pathways for space and water heating to support energy choice, affordability, and emissions reduction. As the largest energy provider in the province, FortisBC delivers natural gas, renewable natural gas or RNG, electricity, and propane to about 1.3 million customers, including over 2,000 right here in Sooke. We'll start by sharing some insight regarding FortisBC's commitment to decarbonizing our gas system. Through our clean growth pathway, our climate plan to 2050, we're investing in renewable gases, energy efficiency, and low carbon transportation to help BC and the District of Sooke meet our shared climate goals. We're investing $700 million over the next 4 years in energy efficiency and conservation management programs. These investments help support our customers in reducing their energy use and bills, as well as investing in new and emerging technologies. Our RNG supply is expanding. By year end, we expect 6.4 petajoules of RNG to be available through our system. This reduction in emissions is equivalent to removing over 132,000 cars from the road in 2024. In early 2025, RNG will be delivered into our island system from the CRD's Heartland landfill. This is a great opportunity for local governments to participate in the economy of clean energy. And I'm very happy to report that last week we have a new signed agreement for another island RNG project. FortisBC currently has 18 petajoules of RNG supply under contract for delivery by 2030. For perspective, this is equivalent to the amount of energy that will likely be produced by the Site C dam. On July 1st, we implemented our RNG blend program, wherein all homes and businesses are now being allocated a progressive blend of RNG. Today, our customers and communities are benefiting from lower emitting RNG without the need for equipment changes, building adaptations, or changes to energy use. We are also actively working on potential of integrating hydrogen into the gas system. Restricting access to the gas system would not only limit customer choices, but also removes the extensive energy delivery system as a path for achieving GHG reductions in Sooke moving forward. Housing affordability is a priority for British Columbians. Allowing access to the gas system gives builders and residents more options to meet their heating needs. Residents and builders should be given the flexibility to choose between electricity and gas for heating. Today in Sooke, without the zero carbon step code, builders or homeowners can choose to build to EL4 standards. There's nothing preventing them from doing so today, and there are lots of rebates available to support these choices. If this is the easier and more affordable option, it can already happen without a mandated compliance. Committing to the zero carbon step code ahead of the province's recommended timeline simply reduces choice and brings with it unknown impacts on access to energy for future residential and commercial developments, on energy cost, and on the infrastructure required to deliver the energy Sooke needs. We encourage Council to consider the Premier's announcement during our recent provincial election, sharing the intention to repeal the retail carbon tax if the federal mandate is no longer in place. We estimate that this single policy change could lower residential bills by around 25%, making natural gas less than 1/3 the cost of electricity for the average residential customer. The ability to cook with gas is important for residents and restaurants. The ability to cook and use a gas fireplace is important for residents who value resiliency when other sources of energy may not be available, as Sooke and many island communities have intimately experienced over the past few weeks. We want to clarify that the cost and implications of policies that limit gas use to cooking and/or a fireplace only, with no allowance for space or water heating, will often make connection to the gas system cost prohibitive. FortisBC distributes infrastructure costs across all of our customers, ensuring fair cost sharing. An economic test based on expected gas usage determines the connection costs for new customers so that current customers are not impacted by new customer connections. Customers seeking gas for only cooking or a fireplace would face higher connection costs due to minimal usage of the system, which could create a financial barrier to accessing energy. Robust gas and electric systems serve more customers. They deliver diversified energy to new residential and commercial developments, and they support more affordable energy rates for all users. Use of both the gas and electric systems are essential for meeting the province's growing energy needs. During recent cold snaps, these systems ensured that residents and businesses had access to the energy they needed when they needed it most. The gas system delivers double the energy of BC Hydro's electric system during peak winter demands, underscoring the importance of maintaining access to the gas system. The gas system also supports our electric system in peak summer demands, as we saw here on Vancouver Island this year, where electricity was made from natural gas. This reliability becomes even more essential as the demand for electricity continues to rise, not only from the building sector, but also to meet growing EV mandates. How would resiliency be affected if we are dependent on only one energy pathway? Aligning Sooke's energy policy with a province helps unlock multiple pathways to decarbonization. It can provide certainty to builders, developers, residents, and businesses. Under an aligned pathway, important solutions for Sooke could include dual fuel HVAC systems, which is a heat pump paired with a gas furnace. This diversified use of energy provides support for peak loads as seen in the previous chart and creates homes with access to affordable heating and cooling. Other solutions include significant investments in energy efficiency retrofits and the continued expansion and use of renewable gases, including RNG and hydrogen. Adoption of the highest levels of the zero carbon step code now will exclude the gas system from providing energy for space and water heating, impacting choice, affordability, while excluding options like dual fuel systems for many homes in Sooke. In closing, we strongly support your council in aligning Sooke's zero carbon step code adoption with the province's recommended timeline. We encourage you to diligently consider the long-term and broader implications of restricting energy choice and access for residents, businesses, municipal operations, and builder developers. Aligning with the province's timeline doesn't limit residents or builders who may wish to electrify. Homes can be built to EL4 today if they wish. Following the province timeline simply allows for more choice and more pathways to reduce emissions, deliver affordable energy, and support a dependable energy grid. Mandating EL4 limits energy options in Sooke today and into the future. Thank you for inviting us to be part of this important conversation. We look forward to continuing to serve our customers effectively and to supporting our collective emissions reduction goals, to working closely with you in support of Sooke homes and businesses.
Okay, great. Thank you very much for being with us. Questions from members of council? Councillor Bateman.
I'll get rolling. Thank you very much, Ms. LeBlanc, for the presentation. And I got lots of questions. I'll just begin with the carbon tax cut, because as you did state, the Premier did state that if Ottawa removes the enabling requirements, BC will not have a carbon tax. However, the second part of the quote from him was that the NDP government will ensure that big industrial polluters pay their fair share. We can reduce emissions, keep our climate plan on track, and keep moving forward. So if big polluters have to pay their fair share, then will your costs be transferred down to the home heating bills? Because I think Fortis might qualify as a big polluter. Would it?
I think as part of the question, like, does Fortis pay a carbon tax on the energy that we deliver to customers?
No, my question is, if the carbon tax is eliminated, then the province of BC will start charging polluters higher taxes and.
Maybe I can answer that, because my team is looking after our industrial customers as well. Thanks for having us. Jason Wolf, I'm the Director of Energy Solutions at Fortis. The province is already in the process of going down that path, and they're have put forward something called OBPS, the output-based pricing system. And so industrial customers then have a limit of how much emissions they can produce. And if they go over that limit, there will be a cost associated with it. Those limits are currently being established for various industries. And for Fortis, if there's a limit established for our industry and we are then above it, then we would have to pay a tax on that, but that hasn't been established as of yet.
Okay, thank you. I'm curious, of course, the zero carbon step code applies strictly to new construction. And so your client base of 1.2 million customers, you will continue to service them as you have to date, right? Ongoing. So I'm curious, in terms of new residential builds, I think I read somewhere here 10,000 a year is about your uptake of new residential customers.
Jason, can you provide some?
Yeah, this year we expect about 11,500, perhaps 12,000. We used to do about 20,000, and that has been coming down as municipalities have adopted the various levels of the zero carbon step code.
Okay, thank you. And here in Sooke, there are approximately 262 new units approved, and that's based on the last 5 years. So it's about 262 new homes annually in Sooke. Okay. It's such a complicated subject, right? So this diversified energy grid, yeah, it's complicated. I guess that this climate emergency sort of drives that urgency to act now. I look at the Stantec numbers here, so I'll just share those quickly. I think there may be a question emerging out of this, but in terms of residential buildings, again, 8% of Sooke's GHG emissions are from residential buildings. Natural gas is responsible for approximately 40% of our GHG emissions from the residential building sector. And that marks a 450% increase since the baseline 2007 year. But of course, Fortis has been installing service here in Sooke in over the last decade, I suppose. So that's partially why there's a 450% increase. And of course, there is also people are switching out from fuel oil, right, to Fortis. So again, it's complicated. I didn't come up with a question there.
Okay.
Maybe if I can comment a little too. I actually have a little history in Sooke. I used to run the YMCA Camp Thunderbird up Glints Lake Road for a few years in the late 90s, early 2000s. And that was around the time when the gas line came out to Sooke as well. And so what we've seen since that time is a conversion of customers who used to use wood and fuel oil to natural gas. And so that's some of it, as well as you've seen, obviously, lots of increase in population and housing, and that's added to that number as well. So there's a combination of factors with that. But if I remember back to my time up at Thunderbird Outdoor Center, every winter we had the power go out a few times, and we had to have poles replaced, wires replaced. And I was very thankful up there to have a lot of large propane tank and then backup generators as well. There was no gas line going up there, and I wished I could have that actually. And so that's a big reason we find that our customers are wanting to have gas as well, as for that resiliency for the times when the power goes out and you can still have a cooktop running or to cook your food, or fireplaces that have either pilot lights or battery backups can still operate. So it provides that resilience, which is quite important for customers.
I'm moving on to other councillors for now. Councillor Pearson.
Yes, thank you both for the presentation tonight. You spoke a little bit, Ms. LeBlanc, about the summertime. There was a Fortis generated some power, or did they? In there, you assisted. I think was it with LNG? I didn't catch that. Could you elaborate a little bit on that?
No.
What is that capacity of hydro's overall capacity? I guess maybe that's a big question.
Yeah, and I certainly can't comment on what capacity for hydro. I'll just share that we do here on Vancouver Island, we're supported by a cogeneration facility in the North Island that takes natural gas and converts it to electricity to support our summer peaks.
Okay. And
it did support our summer peak this year.
Exactly. So, and how many of those facilities are in British Columbia?
I have no idea.
No.
It's not a Fortis owned facility.
Oh,
no.
okay.
We just deliver, just like a house. It's a customer. We deliver natural gas to it.
Okay. And do we have any idea of how much we would actually use in that facility, in that one facility? What would we use in the summer? How much comparative? Can we translate that amount to the average home use?
I can do that just for the amount of gas that's used on a daily basis in that facility, and this is all matter of public record, is 45,000 gigajoules a day for that facility. And in an annual basis, our annual residential customer would use 90 gigajoules a day, or sorry, 90 gigajoules a year.
So equivalent of 500 homes. Does that sound right? If I did the math.
45,000 times 365 divided by 90.
Okay. Thank you. No, it's a significant amount. That's what I'm trying to get at.
Sorry, the 365 I would assume is if they're running the whole year. They don't run the whole year. That they're a peaking facility. Hydro can speak much better to their use of that facility. We just deliver the gas, so we know when it is running. And we work closely with Hydro to ensure that we can have that gas available to manage that peak for them as well.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Any Councillor Beddoes?
Yeah, thank you very much for that presentation. It's interesting following hydro, and we have another look at things. I was looking at that EL4 and I understand that we can have a backup heat source, but you were saying that it's not economically feasible to run lines if you're just supplying like a fireplace and a cooking. It has to be something more to that to make it worthwhile to run new lines in. Did I hear you right?
Yeah, we do have an economic test for connections. So, you know, for a residence that's on a street that has gas infrastructure in that street already, it may still fit within that, our cost of connection, to be affordable. But in a new development, that doesn't, you know, a new residential development or a commercial development beyond that residential development, if there's very low gas load, it may be more expensive to put that infrastructure in the ground with a very low gas demand.
And you don't differentiate between LNG and propane, for instance? It still comes from the same sort of, you supply propane as well, do you?
We have an isolated propane distribution system in Revelstoke that delivers propane through a piped system. Propane is here, we don't have an in-ground distribution system from propane here on Vancouver Island. We use our pipes to deliver natural gas or renewable natural gas, and LNG is just a form of natural gas in its liquefied.
I guess my concern is that I've just come off 2 30-hour stints of no power. And fortunately I have a generator, and fortunately I have a propane fireplace. So I was fairly comfortable. And that happens every year. And I'm concerned that if we put all our eggs in one basket with BC Hydro, which you're doing a marvelous job, and I love heat pumps, they're wonderful. But if you had a house that had fireplace, cooking, and hot water heating, would that sort of, for a new installation? The reason I'm asking is that I'm in that position. I'm looking into building a house in the next couple of years. And I would like some versatility, because I'm not happy when the power goes out for that length of time. So would that sort of, that combination, would that make it worthwhile for you to run a line in? I know it's kind of a loaded question, but
there's a lot of factors, right? If it's a one house development, if it's looking at the whole development, like the overall, our planners would work to look at the overall volume there on your individual home. With the building code, the energy step code, and the zero carbon step code, they look at the building, how that building is designed, the orientation of it. There's lots of parameters that go in. Some may allow, like some combinations may allow. It's the steps of the zero carbon step code are just generally pretty preclusive to including gas.
Thank you.
And propane, lots of those backup sources, right, are much higher even than traditional natural gas and carbon, if we're talking about carbon.
Yeah, I mean, I took a wood stove out a couple of years ago, and I'm sure it was worse. But I live on the windy West Coast, and
To answer your question too, just on the, you know, would it help to have hot water? Absolutely. Hot water is a nice flat load. Utilities kind of like that. And so that would add to the revenue that would come in to offset the costs on putting a new line in. So that would be helpful. But as my colleague noted, it all depends on whether that works under the various levels of the step code and the architect or the designer of the building, et cetera.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, anything else from members of council before we move on? Do you have a remaining question? It's 7:30 and we have a full agenda, so I'm just mindful of the time, and we still have other presenters.
Okay. No, I'm fine.
Great. Well, thank you very much for joining with us today. I'll share that we did not have gas working in our home. The regulator failed, so we went 26 hours without hydro or heat, but we put on toques. It's all fine.
Thank you.
It was warmer outside, but anyway, it's just a sign. Okay, so
Thank you.
Moving on to delegations. We have 3 tonight, of which we have 5 minutes allotted per delegation. So I'd like to invite the first ones up. Case for EL4 of the Zero Carbon Step Code by Jane Devonshire, South Island Climate Action Network. Thank you for joining us tonight. And when you start speaking, please just turn on the microphone, and then our staff will have our timer on. The previous were invited from the summer. Advance would be to point at a particular laptop, which would be back in the far corner. Thank you. And welcome.
So thank you, Mayor and Council, for this opportunity to speak this evening. I will be giving you a broad overview of the EL4 Zero Carbon Step Code and the many benefits it will bring to your community. Fossil fuels in buildings drive climate change. When you look at the numbers coming from our cities, it's clear that local governments will be hard-pressed to meet their climate targets without policy tools that target emissions from buildings. Natural gas and space and water heating contribute a whopping 98.6% of average building emissions. Although cooking with gas only contributes 1% of the carbon pollution, it has a disproportionate impact on our family's health. Did you know that over 3/4 of methane emissions occur when a stove is turned off? In 2012, before I knew about the detrimental health impacts of gas, we had a gas cooktop installed. Fast forward to 2020, and I started to get chronic lung infections, and I was on round after round of antibiotics for 2 years. My dear Cape friend convinced me to get rid of my gas cooktop, which I did at great expense, and have miraculously not had any infections since. I'm also about to become a first-time grandmother and was very concerned about my kids who have a gas cooktop in their rental. They heeded my concerns and are very excited to be moving into one of Vancouver's zero-carbon new builds. Astute builders and businesses would be wise to get on board now, as these are rapidly becoming more desirable. The GHG emissions shown here in black show that those coming from natural gas are substantially higher than those coming from electric heating. Even at the BC Energy Step Code 5, there's only about a 50% reduction in GHGs. BC Energy Step Codes only deal with a building's efficiency. The Zero Carbon Step Code, however, measures those nasty GHG emissions. The Zero Carbon Step Code can use the prescriptive compliance approach, meaning that instead of asking a home builder to run a software simulation to calculate their proposed home's carbon emissions, the builder can disclose the equipment they intend to install in their proposed project. There are 4 tiers. The first tier, or emission level 1, is measure only. At EL2, space heating must be zero carbon. At EL3, space and water heating must be zero carbon. At EL4, your gold standard, space heating, water heating, and cooking must be zero carbon. There are many types of buildings that fall under Part 3 of the BC Building Code. Under the Zero Carbon Step Code and the performance approach, this illustrates the values associated with each tier. These numbers represent the GHGI, or greenhouse gas intensity, which is the maximum allowable number of kilograms of CO2 emissions per square meter per year. Note that for Part 3 buildings such as these, only the GHGI metric may be used. In the CRD, over half of the municipalities have now implemented EL4 of the Zero Carbon Step Code. The industry is ready, willing, and able to implement the Zero Carbon Step Code. Their only ask is for regional consistency. SciCan's ask is that Sooke Council accelerate the adoption of the EL4 Zero Carbon Step Code to align as closely as possible with the timelines of these 7 other municipalities, and to join us as a team player in helping to establish this regional consistency. Here are some of the many benefits that zero carbon new builds will bring. Climate safe, resilient homes with electric heat pumps that will help save lives. Cleaner, healthier air that is filtered out that nasty toxic forest fire smoke. Lower monthly energy bills, higher home values, no expensive energy retrofits down the road, no expensive added air conditioning costs, less need for costly cooling centers. In a nutshell, zero carbon heating and cooling equals happy owners and happy renters. And most importantly, this will enable Sooke to reach its climate targets. As our province is being ravaged by unnatural forest fires, drought, extreme heat, atmospheric rivers, flooding, and now bomb cyclones, Sooke residents are relying on Sooke Council to take bold leadership to build with their best interests at heart. Imagine a future where you were instrumental in protecting our clean air and where your residents live in climate-safe, resilient, and healthy homes because you had the fortitude to ensure that all new builds were built zero carbon. This indeed would be a legacy for generations to come and something to be truly proud of. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much for your delegation and the presentation today. We will now move to our next delegation, which is 7.2, Sooke Health and EL4 of the Zero Carbon Step Code. We have a presentation by Jane Devonshire on behalf of Dr. Janet Ray, Canadian Association of Physicians for the Environment.
Thank you. I was speaking as if I'm Dr. Janet Ray.
If I may, Dr. Janet Ray initially put in their delegation request in the summer, and after subsequent reschedulings to get them there, unfortunately, they could not attend and asked the previous delegate to present on their behalf.
Okay, thank you very much again, and we'll put 5 minutes back on the timer for you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Dr. Jan Ray. I live in Saanich. I work at the Acute Medical Detox Unit in Victoria, and I am a member of CAPE, the Canadian Association of Physicians for the Environment. I'm here to share information on why it's important for the health of your Sooke constituents and planetary health to accelerate adoption of EL4 of the Zero Carbon Step Code. In homes that use natural gas as their energy source, it's estimated that 1% is for cooking with a gas range. Although gas ranges are a small fraction of overall gas use, they have a disproportionately large and severe negative health impact on people living in the home because gas stoves are not vented to the outside. New research from 2022 has shown that children who live in homes that use gas stoves have an increased risk of asthma. This is because gas stoves release toxins into the air, including nitrogen dioxide, formaldehyde, and benzene, even when not in use. This also can worsen adult lung function, especially those with COPD, chronic obstructive pulmonary disease. See blue? Think benzene. In addition to causing respiratory problems, benzene is a known carcinogen, and even low doses of airborne benzene raises the risk of many cancers, including lymphoma and leukemia, by damaging people's bone marrow. Elevated benzene levels can linger for 6 hours throughout a home after a gas stove is turned off. Exposure of pregnant women to benzene can also cause birth defects. This is why it is so important from a public health and safety perspective to get to EL4, which excludes gas stoves as soon as possible. Renewable natural gas is still methane and would have all the same direct negative impacts for use in the home. It's my opinion that as people learn about the health harms of having natural gas appliances in the home, that they will no longer be selling features, but end up in the landfill. I'm a mom and a doctor, and there is no way I would have a gas stove in my home, now that I know the harm they can cause. Electric induction stoves are an alternative that are increasingly preferred by many top chefs. Most of our natural gas comes from fracking in Northeast BC. Much of the methane emissions from fracking come from leakage during and after the extraction process itself, called fugitive emissions. Wells can leak for years, even after they have been decommissioned, and is one of the reasons the full life cycle of natural gas is worse than coal for climate heating. There are also mental health harms that result from continuing our reliance on fossil gas. As physicians, we are seeing an increasing problem of eco-grief, especially in young people. In 2021, The Lancet published a study which surveyed 10,000 young people aged 16 to 25 from 10 different countries. A full 45% said climate change affected their daily life and functioning. To quote their findings, climate anxiety and distress were correlated with perceived inadequate government response and associated with feelings of betrayal. I know from my years in addiction medicine that the best time to address addiction is when it first starts, before too much damage has been done. The best time to address our addiction to fossil fuels was over 50 years ago, but the second best time is now. By voting for accelerated adoption of EL4 of the Zero Carbon Step Code, you will show your community, and in particular, your young people, that you understand the science and urgency of the climate crisis and have the leadership to address this urgent issue. It will give regional consistency for builders, work to improve the physical and mental health of your constituents, and give cause for hope. CAPE would like to ask that Sooke Council accelerate adoption of EL4 of the Zero Carbon Step Code to align as closely as possible with timelines of the 7 other CRD municipalities who have implemented early adoption of EL4 as a way to improve the health of your residents and decrease dependency on fossil fuels, which are accelerating climate change. Thank you so much for your kind attention.
Okay, thank you very much for being with us tonight, and our regards to the doctor who was unable to join with us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is 7.3, rationale for Zero Carbon Step Code emission level 4, a presentation by Kiefer Elliott, please. And as per the others, we'll put another 5 minutes back on the timer for you. Thank you. And please turn on the microphone as well. Thank you.
Okay, I'm Keith Elliott. I live in Sooke, and I'm going to say a few words today about the most appropriate EL for Sooke, which is EL4, I believe. But you can be the judge of that. First, I'll try to clear away some confusions about ELs. You need to, in the PowerPoint, click the thing that says edit, allow editing. Okay, and do full screen. The fields were overlapping each other. Okay, well, hopefully the other slides aren't like that now. I'll clear away some confusions regarding emission levels. Also, I'm going to talk a little bit about there's actual data on buildings that are in existence that have been constructed that are EL4 already. And actually, EL4 is a very common thing on Vancouver Island right now. So it's nothing new, really. And finally, I'll summarize some conclusions I make along the way and make a request to council. And I want to thank Mark Bernhardt, who is an experienced energy advisor based in Victoria. And he has given me a lot of advice, and some of these charts that I'm going to show came from Mark, and he has a lot of access to data on green buildings and carbon step code buildings. So forward that way, yeah. All right, nothing is showing. Oh. Okay, well, I'll just do it that way. I didn't think that would be sequenced like that. So didn't do that on my computer. All right, so I'm going to start with a question. Look at this house and say, what EL is this house? And the house is a house in Vancouver Island. And it's a model house. It's not a built house. It's one that's been analyzed by an energy analyst. And I'm going to go through the things that produce the data for EL. And these are, you can see actually the one that I have, it's a lot easier to read than the one that you have. But at any rate, the principal heating system in this example house is, I can't even see that from here, is a heat pump but it's considered to be the electric side of a dual fuel heat furnace system. So it's a heat pump side of the dual fuel. The supplementary gas heating equipment is the gas side of the dual fuel system. Fortis is very excited about dual fuel systems, and dual fuel furnaces are very important for northern BC, but not of any significance at all in our area. But this is the example. We have the principal and supplementary heating coming from dual fuel systems. This particular house has an electric tank hot water. And those are the things where emissions are counted. The emissions from those top three items, I guess I have to keep clicking to go. Those three items are the ones that produce the EL level. But following beyond that, we have redundant or backup generator. In this case, it's a gas generator, or it could be a diesel generator for when the power goes down for 36 hours, right? That is not counted. We have other things that are not counted, like gas cooking, gas clothes dryer, gas fireplace, and other things like gas outdoor barbecues, patio heaters, and even a detached garage. I hope this isn't following me through the whole way. So the point is that if the colors were showing up, which they're not, you'll see that on that list, there's an enormous number of gas inputs into that house. There's electric space heating and electric water heating, and everything else there is gas. So what is the EL level of the house? Well, EL4. It doesn't even show the 4 now. It's an EL4. Looks good on my computer. So anyway, the test is there are all kinds of uses for gas that are allowed and are not restricted or limited or outlawed at all. And a lot of concerns that people have about having an emergency backup or having supplemental heat if your furnace is not able to keep up. Those can be gas, like is in a dual fuel furnace. But if you have a good heat pump system that's properly sized for your house, you will rarely, if ever, need the supplementary heat. So let's see if the next one is going to show up better. Okay, just to give you some idea of what some local information is, this shows data that Mark got from a particular computer tool that has access to the database from the Canadian Home Builders Association, the BC division, and looks at existing houses that have been permitted since 2020 and built up today, up to this time. And it shows.
We're actually at our time. Do you want to give us some wrap-up comments?
Okay, yeah.
That we extend for 2 minutes due to technical issues.
Okay, we'll put it, we can just, okay, let's move by McMass, second by St. Pierre, all in favor. This carried unanimously. We'll put 2 minutes on for you.
Okay, so
to help with those technicals.
Existing buildings in Vancouver Island. As far as heating goes, 3/4 of the houses built since 2020 in Vancouver Island are EL4 ready already without any demands being made on them. This is just a natural market trend for gas, for electric heating and electric hot water. Hot water is on the right side, and that's 61% on Vancouver Island. That same time frame are all electric. So the trends are toward all electric anyway for these two principal uses, and all of the secondary uses can continue to be natural gas. This spreads it out over the whole Lower Mainland, and it shows the EL levels that are counted by this energy exploration tool called HEAT. And it shows that there's a substantial number of EL2 houses, lots of EL1 houses. Still, that's going to be a house that's all gas will be EL1. EL2 is what happens when you start to improve the behavior of it by adding electric. And when it's all electric, you get up to EL4. The interesting thing is that none of them, very few of them show up as being EL3s. Okay, they're EL4s or else they're way down at EL2 or EL1. So the conclusions are that, I'm not going to read all of them, but the second one is most important. Since we're in zone 4, we can go without any technical difficulties directly to EL4. And almost 3/4 of Vancouver Island homes built since 2020 are already EL4 ready. EL4 ready. This is already the way the market is going. EL3 doesn't seem to be practical because it seems to be like an orphan zone level, that houses just don't get designed to come out in the EL3 designation. So if you opened it up to EL3 as a limit, then it's basically setting people up for disappointment in trying to meet that target. EL4, as a matter of fact, any of the ELs apply directly to Part 3 buildings. I've been talking about Part 9. Part 3 buildings use the same EL schemes, except the levels are allowed to be higher in Part 3 buildings than in Part.
Now I'll ask you to go to your conclusion, please.
Okay, so I request that the council direct staff to prepare a report that recommends the best EL level for Sooke and identifies the effort needed to implement the level in the building bylaw.
Okay, thank you very much for your time with us tonight and for your presentation as well. Yeah, exactly. At this point, council, it is currently 7:56. I'm going to ask for a 10-minute recess, please, on the clock, and we will reconvene the meeting at 8:06, please. Thank you. Okay, we're at 8:06. If everyone could please take your seats. 8:06. Okay, so we're moving on into our agenda. So I will move to item 8.1, report of the Chief Administrative Officer, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just in the interest of time, don't have too much to add to my report. Just wanted to, again, from a staff's perspective, thank BC Hydro for their communications and support with our staff team when we were trying to help them with their communications for the bomb cyclone event. And just on a personal perspective, usually I hate Facebook when it comes to municipal business because it's always a big hate campaign. However, in these times, what I've seen time and time again in Sooke, in these times of crisis, when something bad is happening, that's when these groups are actually what maybe they're intended for. Is you see people reaching out, somebody needs help, and then others are like, let me help you and all that. So I just really appreciate from the community when we get to see that time and time again. Every time there's an emergency, this community always comes together and supports each other with whatever they need. Sometimes almost too much, where we're like, okay, that's too much. We can't support all of that, but thank you. So just again, thanks to the community and thanks to Hydro. Happy to answer any questions.
Any questions to our CAO about the report? Councillor Bateman.
Yeah, through you to Ms. Gray. So future windstorms will be coming to Sooke, of course, and there are vulnerable trees in the community. Do we have a process of analyzing trees and noting their weaknesses? There's some with shallow root systems and aging out alders.
For sure, through your worship to Councillor Bateman. My understanding, again, Ms. Taylor isn't here tonight, but she can maybe speak to it more at another meeting that she's at. But we absolutely have an arborist that will go around and do tree assessments to municipal parks and things like that. And anything under the district's responsibility, we look at. I don't know if Mr. Carter has anything further to add, but it's definitely something in our regular budgeting cycle, I know that we fund.
Yeah, just to add to it, it is done on a case-by-case basis. As concerns are brought forward, there's probably over 1 billion trees in Sooke, so it'd be hard to assess all of them, but we do assess them as they're brought up on a case-by-case basis.
It's the ones on the major thoroughfares. I heard from someone in reference to Murray, right? And south side of Murray towards the water, there's some trees along there. A couple did come down, I think last week. Was it last week? Yeah, it was last week.
Yeah, and those ones have been, yeah, and those ones have been brought forward to us, and we do have an arborist scheduled to look at them if they have not already come down. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. For the recommendation is that council will receive the report of the Chief Administrative Officer for information. Moved by Councillor Beto, seconded by St. Pierre. Right? All those in favor, please. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Next item is item 9, public question and comment period. So this would be for all items on tonight's agenda, except for the public input meeting, which was for the Harbor House. So it'd be all remaining items on the agenda, please, because that one had its own public input section. So please just give us your name and the local government that you call home and the agenda item which you would like to speak to.
Mayor and Council, my name is Roland Alcock and I have a PhD in chemistry. Council has previously declared a climate emergency. For the District of Sooke to actively do its part in supporting Canada's commitment to the Paris Agreement, Council must adopt zero carbon step code level 4 for all developments, thus ensuring no more use of fossil gas for heating and new builds. You will be subjected to all sorts of misrepresentation and greenwashing from the BC fossil fuel industry. You'll be told that RNG, so-called renewable natural gas, will replace fracked fossil gas in the system and so such building bylaw is unnecessary. In reality, there are only tiny sources of RNG methane from potential biofuel sites which cannot even begin to meet the current gas energy demand. In fact, RNG is much more expensive than fossil gas, and the collection, processing, and shipment of RNG will result in more methane leaks to the atmosphere. The methane is 80 times worse than carbon dioxide in its effect on climate change. The fossil fuel industry will then further muddy the waters by claiming they can in future replace methane by hydrogen. However, hydrogen must be manufactured, and this is currently an extremely carbon energy intensive process. Hydrogen molecules are also extremely small and prone to leaking. In short, hydrogen cannot be used for home heating without a massive gas grid infrastructure upgrade and re-equipping every single building consumer outlet in BC due to its very different transport and combustion properties. All this propaganda is cold, calculating, coin-operated behavior because the fossil fuels industry's sole aim is to perpetuate their fracked fossil fuel business model at an absolutely any cost to society. Fracking gas is very environmentally damaging as the process pumps enormous amounts of water and toxic chemicals into the underground strata. Yet they ignore the impact of this dirty industry practices on the lives, water supplies, and air quality of locally affected communities. Nor do they care about the firefighters who died in last year's catastrophic record forest fires in BC, nor about the loss of lives, livelihoods, and property caused by extreme weather events yet again this year. Above all, they willingly threaten the climate well-being of my 3 little grandchildren. In 2022, the UN Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, made a very strong statement, quote, "Climate activists are sometimes depicted as dangerous radicals, but the truly dangerous radicals are the countries that are increasing the production of fossil fuels. Investing in new fossil fuels infrastructure is moral and economic madness," unquote. As the Secretary General so succinctly put it, reducing fossil fuel
We're
growth
actually over.
is now an overriding moral question, not one solely of economics. Expanding the domestic gas system into new builds concentrates investment in new fossil fuel infrastructure. In all good moral conscience, this simply cannot be allowed to continue, and 20 municipal councils have already recognized this. So council, morally and ethically, you must know what you have the duty to do for my grandchildren and yours.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker, please.
Ellen Millers. I have a couple of comments. One in regard to item in the minutes about the public question and comment period. And it says 6 speakers address council. And it just says 1 speaker spoke whatever, 2 items, and 5 speakers spoke 2 items, but it doesn't say what the speakers talked about. And I think that's very important for us all to know, because it was a budget. We were talking budget, and I think the comments that were made were fair comments, and there should be public information. So I think that better minutes need to be put together. Thank you. Another one was, I think I sent to all the councils and the provincial housing legislation zoning bylaw amendments for Bill 44, and I did send all of the council members information on how EB was contacted by UDI, and UDI actually set up initially the Bill 44. And if you haven't looked at it, I think you should look at it, because that's where Bill 44 came from. It came from UDI, and our council has a membership with UDI, which should be revoked. And on comments made with delegations for 0-step code, and I just want to say that had we, with our last storm that we had, if I didn't have backup propane and wood stove and a generator, gas operated, I wouldn't have been able to help 3 families out in my home that were totally dependent on electricity. And also backing up, coming from Saskatchewan, and in the 50s, natural gas was already there. All my family members and everybody I know had natural gas, and there wasn't cancer. There was no cancer from the natural gas. I don't say it was what they were cooking with. I'd say maybe what we're cooking in our pots these days might be the problem. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Other speakers this evening? Do we have any other speakers this evening?
Sinclair Phillip, downtown Sooke. Since 1990, Europe has brought down its greenhouse gas emissions by 1/3. Last year, in 2023, the European Union reduced its emissions by 8.3%. Over the same period, Canada did not reduce its greenhouse gas emissions, according to Jerry DeMarco, our Federal Auditor General. Canada's reduction optimistically was 1% in 2023, and Canada has the worst record for greenhouse gas emissions in the G7. You're a laggard. British Columbia, when it comes to greenhouse gas reductions, British Columbia's record is not much better. British Columbia ignores climate science and subsidizes fossil fuels, fracking, liquid natural gas terminals, pipelines, not to mention huge coal exports. Our provincial greenhouse gas reductions may have amounted to 3% in recent years, a far cry from our stated carbon reduction goals. Fortis is trying to sell us fracked gas, not climate solutions. This paves the way to climate disasters. It is not too late to act in Sooke. Housing is responsible for approximately 13%, although the estimation varies quite a lot from one part of North America to another. The adoption of Step Code 4 proposes a first step in this direction by partially electrifying buildings while leaving the option of using quite a few different fossil fuel uses. The local level is the only level left for greenhouse gas reductions in Canada. And we're seeing the same thing in the United States. In Sooke, our municipal district needs to start reducing greenhouse gas emissions instead of allowing them to inch up year by year. I urge you to adopt Step Code Level 4 at the very minimum for future builds and incorporate this into our building code as soon as possible. As was mentioned, many municipalities on Vancouver Island have already adopted Step Code 4, and Step Code 3 is little used, as we have just learned. So I hope that you will follow suit. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have other speakers this evening? Sorry, can you please turn on the microphone?
No?
There we go. Thank you.
About the L4 zero carbon step code and health. Difficult for me to understand why the district of Sooke doesn't want to adopt L4 zero carbon step code for new building now, but wait a little bit over 5 years for its implementation. My concern is about the health hazards consequences, especially for children, of having a gas stove in a secondary suite, for example, usually a smaller space. My question is to all of you. Do you know how many secondary suites in Sooke will be built in the coming months, years? We collected more than 200 signatures to gather support for a petition that asks Sooke to implement the level 4 of zero carbon step code on health reasons, not emissions. We delivered the petition and had a meeting with Ms. Gray a few months ago. We also asked Ms. Gray to give us some more information and confirm what we had heard information about regarding the amount of money that Fortis has given the Sooke district. I don't know if it's correct, and we didn't receive any information. But if it's the case, for me, that will be a pretty weird thing to do for Fortis. This makes me ask another question. Who is the district of Sooke catering to? The people who live here or only the builders? Cooking with a flame is not the best choice. It is dangerous, bad for our health, creates heat, making the space uncomfortable in warmer, hot days. Electric solution like induction is a far better choice. And I can mention that at Sooke Harbor House, when we had in the summer the 4 gas stove working, it's not easy to work properly. Natural gas that Fortis is promoting needs to be called fracked fossil gas, bad for our health and emitting methane gas. So health concerns, but also increased amount of very bad emissions that we are trying to reduce as much as possible, as quickly as possible. Councillors may receive misleading information about electricity supply and house affordability, and not enough on scientific, well-known fact about health and gas stove. Adopting L4 zero carbon step code now for new buildings is the only sensible, rational, intelligent thing to do. I am sure you want, as much as I do, people to live in clean, non-polluting new homes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any final speakers tonight?
Hello, Noah Dowie, Sooke. Just wanted to briefly talk about 11.1 2025 by-election planning. I just wanted to urge council to please give consideration to alternative option B, where they which would delay the appointment of the chief election officer until such time as we can get the referendum for the major boring on the ballot. I think the savings for not having 2 elections, and I think it's an important issue that the people need to weigh in on. I strongly urge against using an AAP process for that boring. That's all. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Other speakers?
I just wanted to say,
who are you?
Oh, who am I? Yes, Helen.
are you, Helen?
Helen Ritz. Live in Sooke, and I just wanted to speak in support of the zero carbon step code. It's kind of hard to listen to this and not hear people say we're in a climate catastrophe. And we need action. I believe taxpayers, we just paid for a climate report, and I listened to them come in front of council to say that something like 85% of people are concerned and they want climate action. This seems like such a simple thing to do. I live on Murray Road where the trees came down, lived 29 hours without heat. I was wearing long johns. I mean, we're lucky here. We have options. It's a pretty easy place to live. I have a propane fireplace, but I don't turn it on because, you know, I'm trying to live without fossil fuels. I am taking advantage of the 10-year zero interest solar panels. They're on Wednesday. They're being put in 3 days. We'll probably, when we can afford it, because we don't have a lot of money, but over 10 years, I think it's an extra $50 to our bill. And after that, we'll be probably free. So it's kind of a no-brainer. It's kind of like our electric car. We just swapped a car payment for what we used to pay in gas. It's such a no-brainer. It's so lovely. It's so clean and quiet. It's super easy. It's like sitting and listening here, like we're discussing whether smoking is unhealthy. We all know it is. And now we're talking about climate and the changes we have to make, and we have to get off fossil fuels. And this is such an easy thing to do. So I hope you'll say yes and do it.
Thank you. Sorry, you need to turn the microphone on again too. There you go.
Nick Dickinson Wilde from East Sooke. I've got a couple items to talk about today. Also on 11.1, similar to Noah, I'm strongly in favor of delaying it if necessary to include the financing question. If that isn't decided on, I would vote against delaying it to align with any other municipalities. We're our own municipality. We don't need to delay it for any reason that isn't internal. I also wanted to speak in front of the zoning changes necessary, well, not zoning, building bylaw changes necessary for the step code level 4. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Anyone else? The final call?
Good evening, Mayor and Council, Steve from Sooke. Nothing about environmental stuff. Just a question that's gonna be on my mind, and I'm not sure if I'm way out of line. I have no idea. The OCP, I just noticed there's some amendments coming up. Are we still trying to get the OCP done, like complete, so it's a complete thing, or is it just continuing on?
That's a good question, Mr. Anderson. Yes, we had waited because we knew the province was going to be setting out particular legislated guidelines. So we know that we have to adopt this by the end of 2025. And that a interim housing needs assessment needed to be done in addition to a suite of other things. So that's where that work will be picked up and carried on with. So yes.
Okay, brings me to my next question. I don't know if it's ever been discussed or thought up or brought up. Is there any option to have it? I guess the only word I can think of is fluid, not close it up, just let it continue. Like tonight, there's adjustments being done to the bylaws. I'm sure once it's done, I'm sure there'll always be adjustments. There'll always be something going on. Is there being consideration into not finishing it and talk to the province, say, can we just keep it fluid, keep it going? Because there's always gonna be changes anyways. We're spend a lot of time. 2 years ago when I ran for council, I spent half my time studying that thing and trying to get over the. Has there been consideration to having it fluid and not concluding it permanently?
No, when they say adopt the bylaw by a certain date.
No loopholes, no.
And then it holds for 5 years and then you start the process and update it every 5 years. So in that sense, it's living. People can, or not, applicants can apply for OCP amendments that happen within that time period. But it is meant to be the overarching policy document that everything else feeds, like that flows into. So at some point you got to call it a day and move on to other things.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Okay, no worries. Thank you. Anything else from members of the public tonight? Our final call.
Hi, I'm Susan Belford from sunny Sassinos. Well, not so sunny lately. I'm speaking about the zero carbon step code. I know you have my letters. I want to focus first on tonight. We learned that the province will have enough electricity to support municipalities taking the zero carbon step code and having that implemented by 5 years from now. So that's a good thing. I'd also like to note that the presentation by Fortis had a little bit of misinformation, and I think this has been referenced, but I would just like to notice it. Slide 1 has this column about renewable gas and hydrogen. Forgetting about hydrogen, the so-called renewable gas, I want to stress, that's mostly methane. And whether it's obtained by fracking or whether it's gotten from organic substances, methane is 80% more damaging in the atmosphere than carbon dioxide in terms of climate warming. And in homes, methane and the other substances it makes when it's burnt is responsible for a host of respiratory diseases and cancer. Slide 2, the graph showing hydroelectricity is misleading because it's including the substantial cost of electric baseboard heating, and that wouldn't be relevant to the zero carbon step code because that will be a code using the heat pumps, which use a lot less electricity. And heat pumps cost less than gas. They don't cause climate or indoor pollution. They work well in -30 degree weather, and they provide cooling in summer. So I just want to say, Sooke, council, do the right thing. Get with the future. Set Sooke on a path to an emission-free future. And don't be confused by that fifth slide, which doesn't show a pathway to decarbonization. It just shows a snarl of methods to continue climate pollution. Thank you. Sorry to exceed my time.
Okay, thank you very much. Since I allowed the first speaker to go over, I didn't cut anyone else off. Okay, that will conclude our public question and comment period. We're going to move on to item 10, which is our consent agenda. And that recommendation is that the following items on the consent agenda be adopted by consent. 10.2 correspondence, 10.3 committee of the whole recommendation, 10.4 also a committee of the whole recommendation, and 10.5. So look for a mover of that. Councillor St. Pierre is moving it. Councillor St. Yes, no, I'm the chair, so I'm looking at you. So go ahead, Councillor Bateman. What do you want to pull?
Okay, I'm pulling 3 items. Item 4, response to agenda item 8.6, meeting November 12th from Margaret Cheshire.
Is it the correspondence?
Yeah,
that you're
correspondence
referring to?
package.
Okay, so
Item 4D, item 10F, and item 11G.
4D, 10F, and 11G
And
are
that's
all
for next
pulled for the
meeting.
next meeting. Okay, Councillor Beddoes,
Yeah, I'd like to pull 9E, please.
9E of the correspondence to go to the next agenda. Okay, anything from anyone else? So I'll look for a seconder. What, did you second it, Councillor Bateman?
Yes.
Okay, so all remaining items then, when we pass this, will be adopted. So I'll look to call the question. All those in favor? And none opposed, so all remaining items are adopted. Those items will come to the next agenda. So that moves us to item 11, reports, 11.1, 2025 by-election planning. Over to staff, please.
Thank you. Through the mayor to council, on November 7th, 2024, Dana Lajeunesse submitted his resignation as a member of council for the District of Sooke following his successful election to a seat in the provincial legislature. This resignation created a vacancy on council, triggering the need for a by-election under the Local Government Act. This report provides an overview of the options that council has in the conduction of the 2025 District of Sooke by-election as required by the Local Government Act. Staff have provided options for council's consideration, as the district does have some flexibility in determining when the by-election will occur based on the date of the appointment of the chief election officer. Staff's recommendation is to delay the appointment of the chief election officer to align with other by-elections being held in spring 2025 and related to staff capacity considerations. Alternative options outlined for council's consideration also include proceeding with the chief election officer appointment without delay, and also another option of consideration of a joint by-election with a potential assent vote. Thank you, and I am available for questions.
Okay, so my question is in the motions in front of us here, where there's 4 different enactments here. But if we defer this report, then the remaining 3 don't apply tonight. Is that correct?
Thank you. The 3 subsequent motions are related to the first motion that council defer this report and the following motions. It's essentially would kick the report with those proposed motions. That's right.
Defers all 4. Okay.
Alongside the report.
I just want to make it clear, because if we pass these, then it could be construed that it could be misinterpreted that the appointment happened tonight, is what I'm saying. So it's almost like you defer it to another meeting or you don't, and then we just make those motions. Because if we do it tonight, then it looks like they're minuted and they're in tonight's date is all.
Certainly, I definitely see that perspective here. The intention in drafting this report is just so that council would be aware of the motions that would be proposed at the next meeting, but I certainly see the rationale. So what I might suggest is just the first part of that council defer this report to an upcoming regular council meeting to consider this report to align with other by-elections to be conducted in late spring 2025, full stop right there. So we could, if that was council's position, we can certainly just amend or just propose that version.
Okay, that's fine. And in terms of the 80 days, is it just 80 days or is it 80 business or working days?
So the 80 days in legislation is 80 clear days. It's not a count of business days.
Okay. Questions, Councillor Pearson?
Yeah, I kind of thank you for the report through the chair. So proposed motions to align with other by-elections to be conducted. And like, what other by-elections are we talking about? I guess that's my question.
Absolutely. So based on the recent provincial elections, a number of municipalities are in the same situation where a member of council or the board has become vacant in order to get that seat. My apologies, I don't have that list in front of me. I have connected with some colleagues in relation to that. But for example, Ladysmith is facing a by-election and another one of our member municipalities in the CRD, but it's just escaping me. But there is, thank you, Esquimalt. So there are several municipalities who have engaged each other to align our efforts to plan this moving forward.
Okay, did you have a follow-up, Councillor Pearson?
Yeah, I'm just, okay. So then I'm to understand is there's some synergies, or we believe there could be some synergies by aligning our by-election with other municipalities? I'd kind of like that explained to me.
Absolutely. So the 80 days to conduct a by-election is a tight turnaround. A general local election typically is planned over the span of several months. And so 80 days is essentially the shortest amount of time. While it is doable, there are multiple notices need to be planned, booked. Additionally, council packages for nominations, including other considerations for supplemental items, orientation, prospective applicant orientation, as well as booking different venues, the contracts related to it, it's internal staff training, training of elected officials. And so all of these considerations are again, on a very tight timeline. And when you're looking at elected chief election officials, it's in particular the corporate officer who maybe hasn't done it for 2 years or 4 years. So we're now opening up the legislation in that piece and working together with other colleagues from other local governments. You can certainly ask questions and work with groups like the Local Government Management Association, who just put on a town hall for the by-election. And we certainly have a support group to work through these things together.
Councillor St. Pierre.
This is pursuant to a question or a suggestion for one of our people in one of our residents with regards to referendum. If we put it off, we've better chance to basically workshop what a referendum question would look like and potentially include it. Or is that under consideration at this point in time?
Thank you through the mayor to council. So if council did want to proceed with alternative option B, staff would provide a staff report to council outlining the options for critical transportation master plan projects to refine what council's decision would be in relation to potentially holding a referendum or alternative approval process for that benefit. And at that time, we would work with council to if that was the direction that council wanted to go in at that time, not tonight, would be the time to decide what a referendum question would be. If council did want to proceed with alternative option B, we would be deferring this report until after consideration of that report, essentially bumping it down the line, giving council time to decide if that is an avenue that they want to go down in order to potentially align both processes together.
Counselor Bateman, or yes, Bateman, then Beddoes.
Okay, thank you for this substantial report. Cost, what does it cost for the District of Sooke to go to an election?
My understanding based on district records is each election is about $30,000.
30,000, okay. Now, you've provided us with a great timeline here. It strikes me, I mean, you did, what'd you say? You gave a range of weeks. So I think you've said February 22nd, Saturday would be the earliest possible by-election if we were to go with option A tonight.
The recommended option is to defer this so that we could have a late spring, an April election. That is the staff recommendation in order to provide the most adequate time for staff to prepare for this. However, if council did proceed to want to have it done as expedient as possible, that would be the earliest possible date, which would have the appointment of the chief election officer on December 9th, which had to be chosen because of there's different notice provisions and notice periods that need to be aligned. So you essentially work backwards with the spreadsheet calculator in order to figure out which day the appointment would need to be. In this case, it would not be tonight, only and that wasn't presented to council because a critical notice period would have happened over Christmas.
Okay, so late April, would that be, that would be an election with the referendum question? No, okay, late April, earliest for a council by-election. Yes, okay. So your timeline suggests as many as, I had 6 to 8 months from start to finish if we were to begin trying to determine a referendum question.
To provide clarification, essentially the questionable time period is the amount of time the ministry would need to approve the bylaw. And that's been cited of between 6 to 8 weeks. Weeks. And so the 80 days after the appointment of the chief election officer would be after the bylaw would be approved. So we would be in limbo a little bit. My understanding is that the ministry would put a rush order on anything holding up a by-election, but again, they can't confirm that to be certain. So my best estimate, if council could make a consideration in January on the decision to proceed with a loan authorization bylaw, we would be looking at a bylaw. I think my safest guess would be about July. And that's a conservative estimate, assuming that the ministry would take the longest possible time to get back to us.
So about 8 months from now. Okay, over to others.
Counselor Beddoes and McMath.
Yeah, I just, I would like to have a firm date when we're going for an election. So I heard anything from, I know we can go in February. Are we targeting April, late April? I mean, it's just all a big guesstimate here. I'd like something a little bit more concrete.
Absolutely. So I did suspect that this question might come up. If we were going to look at April, I would look at there's different ways to contextualize this and looking at the notice period date. So my apologies on the confusion on that. So I would say April 12th if we were looking at the late spring again, and that's looking at the notice periods to align adequately around key events like spring break and Easter, looking at the different pieces of what the by-election run-up looks like. And so that would be a proposed date of for spring. But again, another council's option, again, if it were to be council's decision that the earliest possible date is to be undertaken for the by-election with the appointment of the chief election officer on December 9th, that would say that the by-election would occur on February 22nd. And that is the absolute earliest possible date.
Okay, the reason I ask is, I mean, for me at this point in time, I really don't care if it's April 12th or not. It's just that I think we have to give some indication to the public at this point in time of when this event's going to happen. There is probably people interested in running, and it means a lot to them. So, you know, if it's February 22nd, there'll be a lot of scrambling. April 12th, I don't have a problem with, but I think we better nail down a day that we're doing this. And I frankly don't care whether we do it with other municipalities. So if April 12th is the target date, I'm fine with that.
Councillor McMath.
Do we even have to have a by-election?
Yes, through the mayor to council, we are required to have a by-election when a seat is vacant in accordance with the Local Government Act. The only provisions that allow a municipality not to have a by-election is in the year of a general local election.
I thought there was an additional one where if we have one more than quorum, then we don't have to. So are we? That's what it says in.
But that's one of three conditions.
In addition to, or you have to have three.
There's all three.
Okay.
It's the conditions. It was confusing.
Okay, thank you. And then my other question is, where do we get the money for a by-election?
Through your worship to Councillor McMath, it's just budgeted for in our annual budget process. So with the 2025 budget, we would increase, I believe it's 2,500 we probably have in the budget this year. Next year's would go up to $30,000. I believe it would be included in the budget document, and then as well include $30,000 for 2026. So that the timing, however, if it wasn't budget time and the budget had already been adopted, say, and it would have to come either from council contingency or CAO contingency, and an additional funding source would have had to be found, but
So there isn't like a by-election reserve?
no.
Okay,
No.
and then so my follow-up question is, because theoretically there could be a second by-election. So that's a significant amount of money. And then staff work and all those other pieces that go into it. Are there any municipalities that don't allow municipal politicians to run during their tenure to other levels of government?
If you're asking me, sorry, I do not know. I don't know if Ms. Bagnall might be.
I'm not aware of any municipality that has done that, and I would certainly be seeking a legal opinion on charter rights of political activity. It's a right to be able to politically engage in a civic society. So I would be very cautious in receiving a legal opinion on that.
I'm just curious because there is, the community pays for that, right? And so that is questioned frequently. And so if you could find out, that would be great.
Councillor Pearson.
Yep. So if we chose a hypothetical date of April or whatever, then on December 9th, can we appoint you to a future date? Or is it on the night that you vote on it? Like, I'm just trying to do the math on what we should do here.
Yeah, absolutely. And my apologies for the vague recommendation of late spring. I was hoping to get a sense of council's perspective and then look at the key dates to make sure that we were consistently not having notice or nomination period over again, spring break, Easter, and there is a spreadsheet of calculations where you set the date and work backwards to see which day you needed to be appointed on. So short of having all of the potential options, laid out in front of me. I was hoping to get a sense of council's perspective. Certainly, if I did get a general perspective of, yes, we would like March or April, can you provide us with a subsequent report at the next meeting to nail down a date? That's absolutely possible. However, an appointment for a March, April date couldn't occur until January. Yes.
Councillor Bateman.
Yeah, second time. And I'm interested in the referendum. So clearly with a referendum, the District of Sooke would be going into this referendum with the intention of winning it. Therefore, we would need to have all of the arguments and the good points of it. Would that be part of the reporting out to us as we determine the question? I mean, there is some outstanding matters, Mr. Carter, you promised to share at some point in the future, those traffic impact studies, short and long. You've got a 30-year projection for the Phillips corridor. That sort of material seems to be critical to have at the ready. So tell me what we might anticipate seeing in a referendum question determining agenda.
Absolutely. And if I may, the purpose of a referendum is not necessarily to sway the electorate one way or the other, but to provide an opportunity for input. However, speaking to your point, having a very clear and transparent package of information is often held on local government websites and a part of the information piece of a referendum campaign, so that residents understand what the question means, as well as having a very clearly laid out question approved by council in an open meeting. So that absolutely is an important part of any referendum proceedings, is having that transparent communication on the material details of a project, and to do the best we can to use the great folks in our communications department and IT, for the website and different potential public engagement opportunities to showcase what the benefits of potentially undertaking a loan authorization bylaw could mean, so that the resident is informed in making their decision on the ballot.
Such a professional answer. Thank you very much. Lucid and intelligent. So my other next point would be, I think we have discussed loosely the idea of a tiered referendum with a couple of questions. Now you've identified these transportation master plan highlights, but during the engagement in the summer, we saw in the budget feedback, there was talk of land acquisition, parks. There was talk of sidewalks, which of course are part of any connector road project. So is there any thought, or does council have the opportunity to add layers to this referendum? Simple yes, no question.
Through your worship, sorry, to Councillor Bateman, one day I'll get that right. Yes, thank you. That's what I was going to add to Ms. Bagnall's earlier answer is also, I appreciate this has been mostly focused on the transportation piece of the borrowing. However, we have recently, we have heard throughout the year that there's potential interest in borrowing for different things potentially. So that is another layer of complexity to add to this referendum process, which is partly why staff don't feel like we, in any scenario, would be ready for April with all of that. It's very complicated. If we are going to take the time to go to the community, as you pointed out, there's a lot of work that needs to be done to ensure that the community is fully informed before they cast their vote on whatever the question may be or series of questions may be. So it wouldn't just be focused just on the roads transportation piece, as I know Mr. Carter would like, but there's also lots of other fun things in there too for his department. So, so yes, more to come would definitely come to that, and staff would absolutely want to provide council a suite of potential options. So before we would just slap a referendum question on the ballot.
Okay, Councillor St. Pierre, then Pearson, I believe.
Okay, well, I was cognizant at the time and thinking that I'd like to move the first recommendation. Am I jumping the gun here?
I just want to see if there was any questions before we did that. You're fine? Into the microphone, if you have a question, Councillor Pearson.
So I guess what I'm hearing is like, it's nice to think about having a by-election and a referendum, but it's just about impossible. Given that if we want to unless we want to delay the by-election till 6 or 8 months, July or something like that. Is that kind of what I've heard from our?
Realistically, for this time, yeah, through your worship to Councillor Pearson, yeah, to add a referendum to this by-election would realistically delay it until the summer. And so that's partly why this report's in front of council, just to start this conversation of, that is an option for sure that staff can pursue. The other option, that which the recommended option would be to defer the appointment of the chief election officer to January, it sounds like, I believe. And then that would start the clock to hopeful mid-April or late March by-election. Does that answer your question? Okay.
So just a comment that I have here is, I agree, and I hear about the complexity of tying a by-election with the referendum together is not to do that. July is way too late, and the referendum is an important matter, and we may have other things. I think we should just get on with it sooner rather than later. My understanding since 2019, though, and maybe I remembered this correctly and communicated the wrong information to an interested member of the public. I thought that since 2019, we've been budgeting for elections annually in the corporate services budget because life has its unfortunate events. We had to go to a by-election at that time. We almost had another one that we avoided, but it's just built in every year for that purpose. So that is part of the budget planning, and it was around $50,000. The difficulty in delaying this is the public is missing representation with an empty seat. We are to have 7. We're missing someone here. We've had some tie votes that have gone from meeting to meeting. We've also just met quorum on occasion, and we have external appointments. So those would then fall to remaining items to add to the remaining group sitting here, or there's no representation by Sooke if no one is able to pick up that seat or that space. So that's just part of it. I would say just get on with it and do it in February at the earliest possible date. Get our new person in, we'll onboard them as we go, and then we move forward to the referendum when we're ready to do that. But in terms of tying with other communities, there's a Esquimalt on the South Island, Ladysmith, of course. I don't know about the spring schedules with schools, but they may differ depending on the school district. I think 61 is a Esquimalt, and maybe the same. But I can see the synergy, but we were on our own in 2019. So sometimes we just have to do the business as we go. Anyway, I'll go to Councillor St. Pierre for your motion, please.
The council defer this report to the upcoming regular council meeting to consider this report and the following proposed motions to align with other by-elections to be conducted in late spring 2025. I won't read the others.
I would suggest no, because if this passes, the rest disappear, but in this case, there should be a date put in there, do we not? Because then the question that'll be asked, well, what upcoming meeting? Well, I don't know, a future one. Late spring, when is that to me?
So which upcoming meeting?
Well, yes, because late spring, if summer is effectively June 21st, late spring would be May, June. That is late spring. So when it comes back to Councillor Bettles Day, what is the date? And the earliest being February 22nd and the late being April the 12th, which would be mid-spring. So in this case, I think it's putting something in there because late spring could be confusing.
So are we looking for a January? Is that the idea? December 9th.
To provide clarification, December 9th would entail that a meeting or that a by-election would be held on February 22nd.
Yeah.
The staff's recommendation was for late spring, and I can certainly look into specific dates to provide clarification. I'm not sure which road we're on.
Okay, so my understanding was that we were looking for a date for the for an upcoming meeting in January for a late spring election, but am I confused?
Certainly, if you would just give me 1 second to generate that for you. I just want to ensure that we're meeting the notice requirements and not missing something crucial. 1 second. Thank you. So to have a by-election on April 12th, Saturday, the appointment of the chief election officer would need to occur on January 27th, our second meeting.
So I'll go to you to your motion then. Question? Okay, Counselor McMath has a question.
If we are to pair this with the referendum, do you have a date for that?
So we would work the other way. And I appreciate, you know, your patience in this. The timeline is very rigid on exactly what needs to align with what. So when we're working, you work by election backwards, but loan authorization bylaw referendum forwards. So if council was wanting to consider a potential loan authorization bylaw, a report would come before council in January because we're finalizing some of the costs that would be needed to generate a potential loan authorization bylaw. That would be sent to the Ministry of Municipal Affairs in January, plus 6 weeks. And then after the 6 weeks, getting adoption. So January, February, we would hear back probably March, that saying that our loan authorization bylaw has received ministerial approval, and then the 80 days would start from March.
So if this is deferred for us to consider the report, can you include those pieces, both of those pieces, the by-election in itself and the by-election with referendum?
If that's council's direction, absolutely, we could consider those both in January and make an ultimate decision.
Okay, so do you need something, would you require something different in the motion that's currently on the board to include that?
If that was council's direction, what I would recommend is taking that in two separate pieces, deciding on the motion as presented before you, and then separately directing staff to prepare a report on options for a potential referendum could be a separate motion that council may want to consider.
Thank you.
Okay, back to Counselor St. Pierre for the motion, please.
Okay, so right now it's looking like the council defer the support to the January 27th regular council meeting to consider this report and the following proposed motions to align with other by-elections to be conducted on April 12th. Are we nailing that down?
Yeah, not what I'm reading.
He's making his, well, this isn't moved. He's making a motion based on what's on the screen.
But
So
I'm
he's not
amending it with new
amending
information.
anything. He's just going on what's on the screen here. So what needs to go on here is that council defer this report to January 27th.
Regular council to consider this report to align with other by-elections to be conducted on April 12th, 2025.
Okay, is there a seconder for that motion?
The motion is defeated.
Well, it's nothing if it's not seconded.
So I'll second for discussion.
Okay, seconded for discussion. So that would be not till January, and then we're looking at April 12th. So go ahead, Counselor St. Pierre.
Okay, so I think that what's going to happen is this will give, first of all, because we're going into the holiday season, I think it's going to give everyone time to actually get over the holidays. I think it'll give staff time to get a report back on the referendum piece. I think it'll give the added support of, peer support when it all happens in spring. And I don't actually think the extra 2 months is a huge difference in terms of what's been going on anyway. I think we should be able to manage with the 6 people that we have for an additional 2 months with the benefits of actually having a smoother process and actually getting the information on the referendum in.
Counselor Bateman.
So, yeah, I agree that sooner rather than later is a good philosophy here. I'd like to see it December 9th, move to 22nd of April. That would give, or February 22nd, that would give 18 months for a new candidate to sit with us and be ready, and all those others who would like to be running in October 26 to have their chance to spread their wings and share their views and opinions. However, this motion does give us a firm date, April 12th, which is only 6 weeks later than February 22nd. And I think this puts out the word to the community, as Councillor Beddoes was definitely seeking. And let's do it.
Other speakers on the motion? Go ahead, Counselor Beddoes.
Yeah, I know, I won't be voting for this motion. We get on with it. We got a vacancy, let's fill the vacancy. The issue of the upcoming referendum on borrowing, I'm not prepared to move on that because I'm not clear exactly what we're borrowing yet and for what purposes. And I think there's a great deal of discussion has to happen with my colleagues here to see what we're going for. Because it's not clear to me exactly what is the best course. I hear the throughput extension, 32 million. I'm not happy with that. I would like to see some other alternatives. There's other things going on in the community that we might have to borrow money for. So when it comes to the referendum on borrowing, I'm okay with that being in the summer. I need more clarity. But I think in the case of democracy and representation, we have a vacancy. We've had a vacancy for some time, even though he wasn't officially gone, he wasn't here. And I understand why. But we have had some 3-3 ties. There's a couple of times when it's been even dicey whether we've had quorum, and for various reasons, and it's understandable. So I'm more inclined to go with the early date of February. Get on with it. Let's stop messing around.
Okay, go ahead, Counselor McMath.
I don't understand the rush for the by-election when this group can take the roles that Councillor, no longer Councillor Lejeunesse was performing. So those we can take on, those we can cover. We have had it tied twice and it was resolved. Almost everything else we have like had a clear split or unanimous. So to pick a minority like example to try to justify, I don't understand that. The second piece is there are always emergencies everywhere all the time, but the number one issue for this community is the road. And so when you reference the terms of democracy, let the community show you if they want that or not, but don't take away them even having the opportunity to voice what it is they want. So to rush through just to fill a seat, it doesn't make sense to me. This is an opportunity for us to take our time, and we can have multitude. I'm not closed-minded that way, but the number one issue for this community is that road and is that highway. So send it to your community when they are the most engaged. Give them the opportunity to say, yeah, I want us to spend that money, or no, I don't. So then later, if it's not approved and there's complaints about it, there's some ownership back on the community. But for you to not allow or to rush a by-election, to not allow a referendum, that makes no sense to me. And it's just, you want to rush something for what purposes? To fill a seat? To me, it's not a justification. And I don't know if this motion, I know Councillor St. Pierre, you mentioned the referendum in it, but this motion doesn't capture that. Okay, thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Councillor Pearson.
Well, lots has been said, and I think that, to all my colleagues, and there's valid points. It feels like to me, it's the exact opposite. We're rushing the referendum as opposed to a vacancy. We have a pure and simple vacancy of a councillor being gone. That's our order of business. I was prepared to talk about the vacancy for the council and that, not aligning it with the referendum. I think it's a complex issue. I don't think we should rush the referendum. I 100% agree with you in concept. It is the most important issue, but I think we've got two different issues and somehow we've lumped them together because it may be an opportunity. So anyways, I think it should be sooner rather than later, but also my question through the chair to staff, if we voted on December the 9th, do you have the capacity to have that done, like in realistic terms? I mean, it's Christmas holidays, it's all of those things. Is February 22nd too onerous? Like council could wish that, and it just puts a heck of, I was going to say another word, ton of work on staff to have that pulled off by February 22nd. That's I'm struggling.
Through the mayor to council, that is the pith and substance to staff's rationale in other local governments to have it in later spring, and the rationale by staff as well in the proposed recommendation is the concerns of staff capacity. Of course, if council wills it so, it shall be done. But this is the opportunity for staff to present their capacity concerns. Absolutely.
Counselor Bateman?
Yeah, I just, April 12th, is that defined as later spring by your standards, or you were thinking later in April 29th or something you said? Or
So later in April would also work. I threw April 12th out there as it seemed like council might want to get on with it in at the second January meeting. It seemed like the direction council would go in the hot seat here at this moment. But certainly staff, again, you work around when the by-election is to be held, which has to be on a Saturday, and then work 80 days back from that. Again, I appreciate the backwards nature of my rationale, but that is how the legislation works.
okay. So I said I'd bring this up for discussion. I seconded it for discussion, and I now firmly like the looks of this one. I also just want to say we're not filling a seat. What we're doing is adding a valued colleague from our community. There's some very bright lights out there, and I would really like to see that empty seat filled. You know, I sound like a politician here, but it's true, which I am. But there are some great people out there, and it would be exciting to me to see that by-election.
Okay, Counselor McMath.
I'm quoting your coworkers and colleagues who are in support of this motion.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor. We'll call the question. All those in favor of it? Any opposed? Counselor McMath is opposed, so that's carried. What? I called the question, so all those in favor of the motion, it's been moved and seconded?
To make sure that I clearly understand what I'm doing. Yeah.
The motion is here, so that is that council defer this report to the January 27, 2025 upcoming regular council meeting to consider this report to align with other by-elections to be conducted on April the 12th, 2025. That's the motion. No?
But these are the by-election, other by-elections would also have to be happening on April 12th. It's what we're,
If I may just massage that motion for you. 1 second.
Okay.
I think we got there.
Okay, so that council defer this report to the January 27, 2025 upcoming regular council meeting so that the 2025 by-election will be conducted on April 12th, 2025. Okay, so that's been moved by St. Pierre and seconded by Counselor Bateman. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? Counselor McMath is opposed. That carries. So we'll see this again, but we have a date that we're working towards. I just have a follow-up question. When will we receive the list of external appointments so we can fill those? Because I'm getting queries from all over the place.
Thank you for the question. That will be presented to council at the next council meeting.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Counselor St. Pierre.
I believe there was interest in potentially putting forward a motion about a referendum report. Why not?
There is an opportunity for
was
business
suggested.
arising when we get to new business, so you can think about that and I'll call for it at that time. So in the meantime, let's continue moving through the agenda. Okay, so we're on to item 12. We're in our bylaw section here. So the first one up is that council adopt. Sorry, Councillor Beddoes is recusing himself as he has in the past on this particular zoning item. So it is that council adopt the bylaw cited as zoning amendment bylaw number 914-600-106-2024. So that's moved by Councillor Bateman, seconded by St. Pierre. All those in favor, please. Any opposed? None opposed. That carries unanimously. Can we have Councillor Beddoes returned? Oh, no. Sorry, the second one follows. Sorry. 12.2, that council adopt official community plan amendment bylaw number 913-400-17-2024. Moved by Councillor St. Pierre, seconded by Councillor McMath. All those in favor, please. And that's carried unanimously. Okay, now we can have Councillor Bettles return. And we're moving on to 12.3, the provincial housing legislation for small scale multi-unit housing.
Yeah, Your Worship, I'd like to introduce two members of Urban Systems Consulting Limited, Brittany Tuttle and Tara Gross. They have been working on this issue for the district since February of 2024, and are here to present their report.
Hello, Mayor and Council. Thank you for having us back this evening. Where do I? Here we go. Okay, so we're going to start this presentation today with a recap of the Bill 44 legislation and what its requirements mean for local governments. Then we will get into a discussion on how the legislation may apply in Sooke, and we'll highlight the alignment that exists between this legislation and the district's existing goals and priorities. We'll also provide some examples of what this looks like in other communities. And then finally, we will revisit the proposed amendments to the zoning bylaw that were presented to council in June for adoption and discuss associated next steps.
Just before you get into it, I see you have 42 slides. Are we going through 42 slides?
That was the plan.
How long do you anticipate this presentation to be?
About half an hour.
Wow. Okay. I'm just cognizant of the time because we have a significant in-camera agenda to follow this, but 42 slides.
We could skip item 1 if council feels that they are sufficiently educated on Bill 44. We could skip to the closer to the end of that item and then proceed with getting into the application of SHMU and Sooke. Okay. So I'm going to jump ahead. Okay. I'm going to jump ahead to the extension criteria and eligibility. If council recalls from our presentation in June, council had requested staff to apply for an extension from compliance with the SHMU from June 30th, 2024. And there were three criteria for eligibility under which local governments could apply for an extension from meeting that June 30th deadline. The first one being that a local government is in the process of upgrading infrastructure that services the specific area or lots. The second is that the infrastructure that services the area where the SHMU would apply is such that compliance by the June 30th deadline could likely increase a risk to health, public safety, or the environment in that area. In either of these two cases, the extension request by the local government had to include a report that was prepared by a qualified professional attesting to infrastructure need and/or risk. And the final criteria for an extension application is where an extraordinary circumstance exists that would otherwise prevent compliance in relation to the area. It's important to note that an extraordinary circumstance for the purpose of extension to comply would be a situation that would necessitate diversion of the local government resources to the management of the circumstance and mitigation of impacts arising from this circumstance such that compliance with the legislation in the timeframe would not have been possible. So an example of that could be a wildfire or a major flood event that would prevent council from meeting essentially. So just to give a recap on what has happened to date in regards to this item. As mentioned before, we started working on this in February. In March 2024, earlier this year, we met with council to present the SHMU zoning bylaw amendments and our approach and seek some direction from council at that point in time. And then on June 24th, we met with yourselves to present the proposed zoning bylaw amendments that would bring the zoning bylaw into compliance with the legislation. And at that point in time, council had directed staff to apply for an extension to the province from this compliance deadline for all three of the criteria. In September, the district received a letter from the ministry specifying that the request was refused, and as sufficient evidence to support the request was not provided, and the district did not demonstrate that immediate upgrades to Highway 14 would directly impact mitigating risk to public health, safety, or the environment. So as such, the district has now been ordered by the ministry to comply with Bill 44 legislation by December 16th. And so in acknowledgement of this requirement, the remainder of this presentation will be focused on what compliance could look like in Sooke and how it could help with the district in advancing some of its strategic priorities and housing goals. So first, let's revisit where in Sooke and on which lots the SHMU would apply. So because the primary residential use permitted in rural and single-family residential zones is single-family or duplex dwellings, these zones are classified as restricted zones under the legislation, and so are subject to changes to the zoning bylaw accordingly. As well, the district received a legal opinion back in the spring, which confirmed that several of the comprehensive development and mixed-use CD zones are also classified as restricted, and these are shown in the table on the slide here. So this is the first of a series of a few maps that we'll be showing, and we've shown these to council before. The parcels shown in blue on this map are those in restricted zones that must allow for both small suites, which are 80 accessory dwelling units in the context of Sooke, and or secondary suites in the zoning for these lots. However, this does not mean that a property owner must build a suite or a small suite. The zoning must just provide the option for those who wish to do so on their property. However, one thing to note is that most of the zoning in Sooke already allows for suites, so there wouldn't necessarily be a change here. And I will talk about that a little bit further. This next slide shows the zones that meet the criteria that requires local governments to amend regulations to permit up to 3 units per parcel. And these are the R1, R2, R3, CD2, and CD14 zones. Amending the zoning to permit 3 lots per unit in these zones does not necessarily mean that a property owner must build 3 units on their property. Again, it provides them an option to do so if they wish. They could still just build 1 unit or perhaps 2 units. And there are 68 lots that meet the criteria for this. And this last figure demonstrates 2,890 lots in several zones that meet criteria that requires amendments to the regulations to permit up to 4 units per parcel. And similarly to what I mentioned in the last couple of slides, again, it's not required that you must build up to 4 units on your property. It just provides you the option to do so if you wish. So despite the information that was presented on the last few slides, there are a number of parcels in restricted zones in Sooke that are exempt from these requirements to permit densities of 3 and 4 units per lot in the zoning. And a number of these parcels are exempt because they are within the agricultural land reserve. They are not serviced by municipal water or sewer systems, and they are larger than 4,050 square meters. And you can see that there is just over 2,500 of these lots in Sooke. And all of these lots are shown on the figure here. So those in pink are in the ALR. Those that are not connected to services are in green, and those exceeding the 4,050 square meter size are in blue. So thinking about the small scale multi-unit housing legislation and where it must be permitted in Sooke, it is important to consider how this legislation can help the district advance some of its key goals and priorities. The Strategic Priorities 2024 to 2027 document identifies 5 strategic areas of focus for the district, 2 of which are relevant to SHMU, including the Sustainable Growth and Environmental Stewardship Goal. Under a couple of steps under this goal that are relevant to the SHMU include updating the Housing Needs Report, updating the zoning bylaw following provincial regulations, and updating the official community plan. In addition, the community safety and well-being strategic focus area is also relevant to the SHMU. As one of the steps identified in the plan that is relevant here is creating zoning that allows for diverse housing opportunities to meet the needs of individuals and families across various income levels and demographics. Beyond what is noted in the strategic priorities document, the legislation can further support these goals by creating zoning that encourages new development to occur within existing neighborhoods. This in turn will reduce sprawl, which will aid in better protecting undeveloped natural areas. It will also reduce the need for the district to provide new servicing infrastructure to currently unserviced areas, as development will largely be concentrated within areas that are already serviced. Upgrades to existing infrastructure may be required, and the district is in the process of better understanding how SHMU may impact its servicing needs. These practices also support stronger fiscal management, as fewer servicing extensions equate to less servicing that the district must maintain and a reduced need to increase property taxes for this reason. The district can leverage existing tools such as development cost charges to predict necessary future infrastructure upgrades and place a portion of these costs on the development community. As noted on the last couple of slides, updating the Housing Needs Report was an action stemming from the legislation that also supports the district's strategic goals. This update allows the district to better understand the community's housing needs. And the findings of the Interim Housing Needs Report were presented at previous council meetings. The district's housing needs for the next 5 and 20 years are shown on this table, which you've seen before, with just over 1,400 units required in the next 5 years and over 4,700 required in the next 20 years. The OCP will be updated to ensure residential land use designations and housing policies can accommodate these needs, and an update to the zoning bylaw as well before the end of 2025 per the legislative requirements. It's anticipated that amendments to the zoning bylaw for compliance with the SMU legislation will facilitate the ability to accommodate most of the district's housing needs through small-scale multi-unit housing forms. And we'll provide some examples of what these housing forms could look like in the next few slides here. Further amendments to the zoning bylaw for compliance with the legislation will support the district in meeting its housing needs and subsequent goals related to community safety and well-being by permitting a range of housing types. The small-scale multi-unit housing forms may also be commonly referred to as missing middle. This type of housing is a middle ground for households who might not be able to afford the traditional single detached home, but seek a form of housing that's larger than a typical apartment per se to meet their family or lifestyle needs. These types of housing, I'll show you some examples on the next slide, could include some duplexes, townhomes, secondary suites, and other forms of plex type development, and they may be provided as options for rental housing as well. Another popular form of housing under this umbrella, which the new legislation is requiring to be permitted throughout communities, is secondary suites. And these are often a popular form of housing for those with single-family homes who are looking for an additional source of income to supplement their mortgage or living expenses. They are also a good option for those who'd like to have a family member living with them, which could be for a multitude of reasons. All that to say, what does SHMU look like and what could this look like in Sooke? So as shown in the photo, small-scale multi-unit housing could take many different forms. These are all examples of what housing could look like in terms of options of what someone could choose to build on their property if they took advantage of the 3 or 4 unit provisions. What's not pictured here are examples of secondary basement suites and small suites, which could be in the form of a carriage home or a laneway home. We anticipate these to be quite popular in Sooke, as the new regulations will allow for households to benefit from this additional income that I mentioned. But right now, the zoning bylaw actually already permits this in Sooke, so there might not be any further change here. In regards to the 3 and 4 unit uptake, we've been tracking what's going on in other local governments. And from our understanding of what's happening, uptake so far has been fairly slow in other communities. We've been chatting with some other local governments that are similar in size to Sooke on the island. And some of the ones that we've been chatting with, for example, have seen less than 5 permits being issued for things like carriage homes. And only a handful of applications have come through for things where there's 3 or 4 units required. So now we'll move on to the proposed amendments to the zoning bylaw. And these are the same as what we presented to you in June. We have not made any changes to these. So there is not going to be any new content here. You have seen all of this before, but it will be a good refresher. So the first set of amendments that we'll discuss is in relation to secondary suites and accessory dwelling units, which you know are referred to as small suites in your zoning bylaw. All of the rural zones and single-family residential zones in Sooke already permit 1 secondary suite or 1 small suite on a lot with a single-family dwelling, so there's no change required here. Where changes were made for this item was in the CD zones, as many of them did not currently allow for suites, so we needed to amend the zoning bylaw to permit those. Some considerations that we had when reviewing this aspect of the legislation was the provincial policy manual verbiage, which if you recall, the legislation requires consideration to be given to the provincial policy manual and site standards. And if a local government chooses to vary from that manual, we must provide justification as to the why. In the manual, it mentions that only secondary suites, not small suites, should be permitted on lots that are less than 1 hectare in size where there's no sewer connection. And the zoning bylaw currently does not restrict suites on the basis of lot size. So to mitigate potential risks, we did propose a new regulation to permit small suites only on lots 1 hectare or greater in size where there's no sewer connection. And we estimate that this will result in nonconformities for approximately 36 properties, which are largely in rural zones. Next, we have created a new definition to include in the bylaw, which defines small-scale multi-unit housing. This is in alignment with the direction that we received from Council in March, which was to permit a range of SMU housing forms as described by the policy manual. And you can see the definition of small-scale multi-unit housing there. It's important to note that while this definition indicates that this could comprise a residential building of up to 4 dwelling units, this is subject to the provisions of the zone specifically. And both the definition and the zoning regulations do not necessarily require 4 units to be constructed. It is just providing the option of different housing forms to be built if the property owner so chooses. The small-scale multi-unit residential dwelling definition was incorporated as a permitted use in the restricted zones, where the district must allow property owners the choice to build up to 3 or 4 units. While the rural zones are classified as restricted zones, they are exempt from this requirement, so no changes have been made to the bylaw in this regard. We have proposed changes, however, to the zones that are noted on the slides here. And one thing that I should note is about the CD3 Silver Spray zone. You'll notice here that the proposed change to this zone was to add a duplex use. And this is to acknowledge that this zone actually does not require up to 3 or 4 units. However, it's still classified as a restricted zone. And it's not currently serviced by sewer. So we have provided the option for folks to build up to a maximum density of 2 dwelling units per parcel, which could include a single family unit and a suite or a duplex. And this approach is what was applied for the RU4 zone as well. Our approach for ensuring compliance with the 3 and 4 unit requirement of the legislation was to maintain the existing structure of the bylaw wherever possible. We also prioritize flexibility in the types of housing permitted to ensure alignment with Council's direction from March and also that of the legislation, particularly the policy manual. In addition, we largely maintained existing parking restrictions in the bylaw without the adoption of maximum parking standards, which were recommended by the legislation. And I'm going to discuss that a bit more on the coming slides. And in addition, to ensure consistency with the policy manual, we did incorporate the recommended citing standards, and these are shown on the next slides here. So this is not something that we had discussed with council when we met in March, but we did present these to you in June. These are the recommended citing standards requirements for those lots where we must permit suites and accessory dwelling units. And we've updated the citing standards to align with those in the policy manual, which are shown in the table. And the same thing applies here, but these are the citing standard requirements for the 3 and 4 units. And if you want to see further detail on this, of course, they're shown in your council package with the markups of the bylaw. But this was presented to council in June as well. And I won't get into the details of it because it's a little bit nitty-gritty. Next is related to building heights in restricted zones. So back in March, when we came to council, we were directed to permit a maximum building height of 3 stories or 11 meters in restricted zones for principal buildings, and a maximum building height of 2 stories or 8 meters for accessory buildings in restricted zones. The principal building height regulations in the restricted zones already aligned with this direction from council, except for the R3 zone. So the only change that was therefore required for alignment on this front was for that R3 zone. Similarly, building heights of accessory buildings largely aligned with council direction and the manual in the restricted zones. So we had to make some changes only to the R3, CD3, CD9, and CD14 zones. And finally, we have the parking amendments. When we met with council in March, we were directed to keep the bylaws minimum parking standards and not switch to the parking maximum standards, which the policy area manual had recommended. We added a new parking space requirement to address the small scale multi-unit residential use. That's the new use incorporated into the bylaw. And this new parking standard is 1.5 spaces per dwelling unit. A minimum amount, whereas the manual recommends a maximum of 1 space per dwelling unit for this type of use. This change does not result in a decrease to parking requirements for duplexes, it does result in a decrease to the parking requirement for duplexes, which previously had a 2 space per dwelling unit requirement. The current parking requirement of minimum one space per suite does align with the policy manual, and so there was no change required on this front. Okay, so to wrap up the discussion, we'll do a recap on what action has been taken so far in regards to Bill 44 and what is next if council so chooses to move forward with ensuring compliance with the legislation. So as I mentioned earlier in the presentation, staff prepared zoning amendments to comply with the legislation through starting in March through June. When the bylaw amendments were brought forth to council for adoption in June, council directed staff to request an extension for compliance from the province, and this request was submitted in days following the council meeting in advance of the June 30th compliance date. In September, the district received a notice from the Minister of Housing that the extension request was refused and that district must comply with the legislation by December 16th, 2024. So we're with you at the meeting today to bring forth the necessary amendments that will bring the zoning bylaw into compliance. So in terms of next steps, we are bringing forth, staff is bringing forth the following resolutions that council give first, second, and third reading to the zoning amendment bylaw, that council adopt the zoning amendment bylaw, and that council directs staff to provide written notice to the Minister of Housing that the amendments required for compliance have been met. And I will leave it there and turn it to questions.
Okay, thank you. Questions from members of council? Go ahead, Councillor Pearson, then McMath.
Okay, I have a number of questions that kind of popped up, and in an essence of time, I won't get it. Slide 28. If you can you go back to slide 28? this one here. Oh, yeah, right there. Oh, no, one ahead. That's 29, no, 20,
It's hidden there or something.
oh, it's hidden. Yeah, okay. Where did it go? 28. Okay, it was about the less than 1 hectare or 1 hectare. There, I got it now.
Oh, yeah.
Should be permitted on properties less than, so you're changing that to greater than 1 hectare? Is that what I understood what you said? Restrict to groundwater contamination. Is that a local made in Sooke recommendation?
So through the chair, we have changed it to prohibit small suites on properties that are less than 1 hectare in size they do not have sewer servicing. So you must have, if you don't have sewer servicing, your lot must be greater than 1 hectare in size. But if you do have sewer servicing and you're less than 1 hectare in size, you can have a small suite.
Okay, so what's our current?
Your current bylaw doesn't have any lot size requirements related to the provision of small suites. So right now there's 36 properties in rural zones that have suites.
Right.
Where if this amendment was adopted, then those properties would become non-conforming.
Yeah, this is, and as I was going through there, that popped off there because a hectare is quite a large piece of property, right? Now you're saying that anything, what if it was like 0.99 or 0.98? So I'm just kind of thinking that you're limiting some potential on some of those properties. Is that, so where did that come from? A best practice somewhere?
This was for alignment with the policy manual and also to acknowledge potential risks associated with contamination related to septic if there's no sewer provided.
The drain fields.
Correct.
Issue.
And it also, as well, it's also part of the Drinking Water Protection Act and the Sewerage System Regulation.
So okay, so that's come from the provincial policy.
Correct.
Okay. Okay. On slide number 32 ahead. I was writing down the slide numbers. Okay, and it was to do with silver spray, right? And it's, maybe I'm on the wrong one. Oh, maybe some one more.
CD3 silver spray.
So, yeah, CD3, oh, silver spray. Yes, you talked about that, but it said because they're not in sewer, but they have their own private sewer system.
So they must be connected to a municipal sewer system.
So what's the difference between a municipal sewer system and a private sewer?
So it means that it's owned and operated by the local government is the requirement under the legislation.
Okay. That's kind of an interesting one. And then the heights, which was slide 32, I think. So is this, and it's hard for me to tell, what's the difference between our current regulations and these ones? Oh, the rear lot flanking. Now, what's the distance? I think it was 32. 32, one more back. Yeah, it doesn't like it. Whatever number I say, this thing doesn't. Okay, yeah, there. Okay, so is there significant changes on this slide or than our current setbacks? The 25 to 40% is no change. So, and it specifically says no change. Is there a lot of changes in here from our current? I'm not familiar with this.
Bear with us while we look. There's quite a few zones to look at here.
Yeah, and you know what, in the essence of time, I'm okay. It would be helpful for me to see a slide where it says if it's now 5 meters and it used to be 6 or it used to be 4 or something like that. That's just kind of.
That's fair, Councillor Pearson. Because there were so many changes, summarizing them in a table was quite difficult. So I would recommend taking a look at the redlined markup of the bylaw, and then you can see what the changes made directly.
Okay, thank you. And I think that was my last question, was on heights as well, but that's fine. Because there's so many complicated zones, this just seemed like it was just lumped all together with RU1, R2 and R3 and R5, right? So I just want to know. So anyways, I'm fine as long as I can find it somewhere where there's a difference, right? I just want to make sure that if I'm voting on this, that, you know, because I'm going to get asked by the building community tomorrow morning what I voted on.
So through the chair, Councillor Pearson, we do have a table from our presentation to you in June, which we just pulled up here. And so the changes were for principal buildings were made to the R3 zone. There was no change made to all the other zones for principal buildings. And then for accessory buildings, the changes were made to the R3, CD3, CD9, and CD14 zones, and no changes to all other zones.
Okay, thank you. That's good.
That was a good catch, Councillor Pearson, on the 1 hectare. So right now, if there is a home that has a small suite, which is possible, and there were a fire or some sort of damage, then that homeowner would not be able to rebuild that suite. If it's legal, if it's no longer. Is that correct?
Essentially, that is largely correct. There are provisions under the Local Government Act that stipulate further detail about what that looks like, but
Or in the case where we hear where someone wants to remain in their house and add a small unit to support a care worker, family, or the like, they couldn't do it. They would be forced to move then. And give up their property because they wouldn't be able to add to it. On a 1 hectare parcel.
Mayor, there is an option where they could apply for a zoning bylaw amendment to facilitate that request.
So they would need a zoning bylaw then. Okay, interesting. You're not in the microphone, but.
That's kind of a gray area, that 1 hectare, because there's a lot of lots that are very close to that size, 0.98, you know, and that's gonna, I can see it causing a little bit of trouble. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor McMath is next.
Were there communities that were granted extensions?
There were very few communities that were granted extensions. I don't have the number off the top of my head, how many were granted extensions.
Can you send me the list that were permitted extensions?
Sure, if we can find it published online somewhere, then we can definitely share that with you.
That would be great. And on like what it was that got them approved for an extension.
Yes, Councillor McMath, I believe that the extension requests were granted to those local governments that provided professional reports indicating that there were safety, public hazard, et cetera, type concerns related to infrastructure largely.
Is that not what Sooke did?
Sooke did not provide a professional report indicating that there was a hazard or other such issue associated with the infrastructure as part of the extension request.
Okay. And I'm just curious, what if we don't approve? So then what happens? Go to jail.
Through your worship to Councillor McMath, what we understand is most likely what will happen is, maybe Urban might know more about this. We'll be receiving a ministerial order, so they will basically just do this anyways. Eventually, it'll just take more time to go through their motions, but the advice the staff have received basically states that it's at some point the province will just put a ministerial order in and make you adopt this bylaw, or adopt it for you, I guess, is my understanding.
Thank you.
To answer your question, Councillor McMath, on extension, so Northern Rockies Regional Municipality has till this end of this year, Wells end of this year, City of North Vancouver until June 1st, 2025, Coquitlam, June 30th, 25, Fraser Valley Regional District, December 31st, 2025, Peace River Regional District until 2026, Sun Peaks Mountain Resort Municipality, June 30th, 27, Greenwood has been given to March 31st, 2028, Soyuz, December 31st, 2029, Kitimat, December 31st, 2030. Others have amended their bylaws for most of their communities, but were granted an extension for certain areas. So then it goes Lougheed, Shaughnessy, Bach, and Port Coquitlam, Sunshine, and it raises like areas now. So Sunshine Coast, Ladysmith, New Westminster, Hope, Kitimat, Stickney Regional District, others of Ladysmith, Okanagan, Similkameen Regional District, Stevenston and Richmond, various areas in Kamloops, part of a proper neighborhood in Chilliwack, Western Foreshore, High Bears of Comox. And
Does it
goes to
show what
2030.
the justifications were or the requests?
No, this was just sort of like a news report here, that just went out and said that
were the
on
ones that
September
were granted.
16th that it's done this. And then it listed off these various communities. It doesn't say why. So some just say an extension on all zones, some say on partial areas. 7 requests for extensions: Ladysmith, Langley, Maple Ridge, Mount Waddington Regional District, Nanaimo Regional District, Sooke, and View Royal were declined. Communities that did not receive these from 90 days. And then extensions are, and then that's more of an opinion piece on some others, and that was the end of that. There's probably then different ones that give that, but that's all that says there.
I'll
Go
just tell you how I'm feeling,
Yes.
which is like frustrated. Sooke is unique in the sense that there really is one way in and one way out. And when there is even like a minor, what we would call like a surge event. So for example, the flooding or the wind bomb or whatever we're calling it these days, both sections. So Sooke was trapped. So the flooding was so severe on the Pacific Circle route. And all of the trees, in addition to the flooding, and also not to mention the mudslides that happened along that highway, Sooke was trapped. And from an emergency services perspective, I'll just give you an example. There was one ambulance and it has nowhere to go. We don't have an emergency clinic. And considering Sooke is just behind development with Langford, like we've been doing our share of the work versus other municipalities. So it's just the sense and the feeling is just we're kind of getting rammed into this, and there is not an acknowledgement or any sort of acceptance that we are in a unique situation. And then even in the refusal letter where it notes like through road, and there are significant upgrades that are coming, but basically the big one is something that you need to do. Like there's no ownership. So you have one section of the province that is mandating this, but you have another section of the province that is refusing to assist in some other infrastructure pieces, including a secondary access in and out of Sooke. And I acknowledge that Sooke has its own work to do in terms of improving congestion, but I'm specifically just talking about emergency services, that alone. And to me, that qualifies us for an extension. I just, yeah, I'm not happy, which is a quote from Al Beddoes, but I'm gonna take it.
That's fair. Councillor St. Pierre.
I have a couple of questions, and then are we moving into comments or?
Well, at some point, I mean, there's questions and then there's a motion here that has been recommended because of the timelines.
Okay, so through your worship to either staff or urban, I'm also concerned about basically having 36 properties that are, suddenly become non-conforming. I'm curious, were they all non-conforming previously? First, that'd be my first question.
Through the chair, the zoning bylaw is currently silent on lot size provisions related to small suites. So they previously were not non-conforming. This new regulation would make them non-conforming.
Okay, and as opposed to not actually approving the legislation or not coming into compliance, is there any reason we should actually start being specific about this and make them non-conforming? What would be the reason for doing that?
Well, through the chair, it's to present health and safety challenges in the future for new accessory dwelling units that would be constructed, essentially. So related to on-site septic, essentially.
Okay, and let me just continue that in that vein. Any septic system would generally be, have to be designed and have to match the needs of, the buildings and so on and so forth on the property. Otherwise, they wouldn't get a building permit, so on and so forth. Why does that process not actually work if you add on an extra building? Why do you actually need to restrict the lot size as opposed to simply making it part of a professional recommendation for someone who designs septic systems to make sure that the septic can actually handle things and not pollute the water?
Through the chair, it's a recommendation through legislation that currently exists under the Drinking Water Protection Act and the sewerage system regulation that you have these provisions for greater than 1,000 for lots greater than 1 hectare.
Okay, and so just to confirm, does recommendation mean that we don't have to follow it because it's a recommendation?
Because the provincial policy manual outlines this as something that you should consider. If you choose to vary from it, you could provide justification as to why you did not. So it is up to mayor and council to make that decision if you do not want to move forward with this portion of the amendments.
Okay, because this seems counter to the purpose of the SHMOO legislation in the first place, which is to actually provide affordable housing and to make it possible to build more units. And now they've got this thing where they're saying, okay, even if you actually, have a properly designed septic system for your little coach house and your primary dwelling, it's not good enough for us because we're just going to restrict you on the basis of lot size. It's a little bizarre. Of all the things, I mean, I'm actually pretty much okay with everything else, but that one just doesn't make any sense to me at all. So I would actually hope that we could actually find some sort of solution so that this is not the direction we go in, so that we can actually make this legislation more effective and these new bylaws more effective, not less. So that's one thing. I was also curious about the definition of the SHMOOs, which for some reason, and there's probably a good reason, restricted manufactured homes and row homes. Why?
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor St. Pierre, manufactured homes are not included within the SHMOO legislation. So that's the reason for that restriction. And in regards to row houses and cluster dwellings, so for row houses, the current definition of this housing type in the bylaw allows for a minimum of 1 unit per lot versus the definition of townhouse allows for multiple units to be constructed on a lot. So we didn't revise the definition of row house so as to reduce the number of amendments necessary for compliance in the bylaw. And then I can speak to cluster dwellings too, if you're keen to know the reason for that as well.
I can follow up just for clarity. Okay, so if I understand correctly, the manufactured homes were not included simply because that opens a can of worms. Because at this point, they're not even part of our existing bylaws and so on and so forth. That would just be, is that correct?
Manufactured homes are not required for compliance under the SHMOO legislation. They're not mentioned at all.
Okay.
So they were, and those are regulated separately. So those were not included as part of this definition. They're a separate definition in your zoning bylaw currently, and they're permitted differently than this definition of small scale multi-unit residential dwellings.
Okay, and same sort of thing for the townhouses.
Correct.
Okay. Again.
Councillor Bateman.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation. But last week I suggested that maybe we'd heard enough from you, but clearly this was good. Thank you. Great refresher for us and the public at large who need to understand all of this. Those 36 non-conforming, those would be grandfathered, would they not? And they would be allowed to continue as is.
Yes, through the chair to Councillor Bateman, yes, grandfathered, exactly, it means non-conforming.
Okay, I was glad to hear about the slow uptake and I was looking back at our June 24th report from staff and quote, staff anticipate the district-wide SHMOO redevelopment will be slow and gradual, leading to incremental changes in neighborhoods. And so I'd like to ask Mr. Marshall to share your thoughts on that and whether in fact that is the reality you still anticipate.
Yeah, as staff have had a number, maybe 4 or 5 applications that are waiting for this legislation to be adopted. They're single-family homes, primarily new ones that have presently got a suite in them, and they would like to put a second suite, so have 3 units. And they would have to go through a rezoning application, which, as you can imagine, is fairly onerous and costly and time consuming. And although it's time consuming, I guess if they had applied originally, they might be through the process by now, but they had hoped that, if council adopted it in June, then they would be ahead of the game, but that didn't happen. So they're now maybe behind the game. But so we presently have 4 or 5 suites that people want to add to the total number of residential units in our community at this point in time. I certainly don't expect to see any huge rush come through the door by the end of the year. And I know that, you know, for the existing homes that are out there to go through a renovation to create new suites in a home, it's quite dramatic. You know, I've been through it myself. So to put one suite in is one thing, to then put additional suites in, it could be quite onerous and expensive. And so although it's possible for people to do this, I don't see it happening that much in existing homes because they're already allowed a secondary suite. So if they want a secondary suite, that's already possible. This only allows them to put a third and possibly a fourth unit in the home. I think we'll see it more in new builds where they can design it from the start and incorporate it into the construction of the home itself. So I'll be interested to see what kind of uptake there is on that. I don't see it being that everybody who builds a home is going to want to put 4 suites. In fact, we have developers who are looking at new single family subdivisions in our community, upwards of 350, 400 single family homes. And they're talking to staff right now how they can get around this rule so that they don't allow this in their developments, because they don't want to provide, they want a single family neighborhood and they don't want these extra suites and things. So I don't see it being a big issue. I think it's nice for those people that want to do it, that they have the option to do it, but I don't see everybody in the community all of a sudden tomorrow rushing through the door to have their home renovated into multiple suites.
Of course, as you know, when we at the Homelessness Coalition, Councillor Beddoes and St. Pierre and I came and met with you back in the summer, we were trying to find ways to assist our at-risk of homelessness population. You know, with 40–50% of people living check to check, and there's always this need for affordable housing. And we were hoping to find ways for the district to incentivize construction of secondary suites. And of course, this SHMU does exactly that, incentivizes to a degree. Of course, the province last year offered its secondary suite incentive program, and that got oversubscribed almost instantly. So there's a hunger for income helpers or family units. I think there's a reference to seniors. I was curious about this, the Standardized Housing Designs Catalog that the province released in September. Have you had a chance to look at that? And do you think that will encourage and speed up applications?
I'm aware of the catalog. I haven't looked at it in detail, but my understanding is that it provides blueprints for 2, 3, 4 unit buildings that will meet the building code and be much easier and quicker to approve.
Okay. And the final question relates to this new ministry. Our Minister of Housing is now also the Minister of Municipal Affairs. And I understand, and does anyone on staff know the current status, or do you two understand the new ministry setup? Because I think there's something about municipal infrastructure is very much tied in with that minister's responsibilities.
All I heard was that mandate letters were coming out in the new year and the House would sit in February. But if anyone knows anything more than that. No. Okay, Councillor Pearson.
Through the chair to Director of Planning. Is it, or and maybe to somebody here, could we adopt this bylaw and also ignore that piece about the 1 hectare? Because 1 hectare is like 2 acres, right? Isn't that correct? So could we adopt it with do we have the flexibility to do that as council? Like, I know you said it's in the policy, but subject to island health, like if you could build a drain field, going back to Councillor St. Pierre's, could we do that? Because I mean, that's a regulation that's already mandated by the health authority, right? So is that something we could do?
Yes, you'd need to explain or provide your arguments for why you want to go smaller. And the existing authorities that look after water and sewer, wells and septic, are recommending that size. It's not necessarily the SMU regulations. It's just it's best practice.
Yeah,
And
they're
so-
recommending them, but it's not entrenched.
Yeah, and I guess we would need to provide our rationale for why we don't think we should follow best practices in this case.
Okay, I'm just going because we have 36 houses that are not going to make that. And then if and if something happens, to the mayor's point, something happens, the house burns down, they're unable to build that again, and they'll come for a variance. And then it just seems to be, the same spin of variances, and that's wasting a lot of people's time. If we could get it up front, anyway.
Councillor McMath?
Just a follow-up on your question, best practices by whom?
Sorry, maybe I could defer because I don't know the exact titles of the organizations that are dealing with the septic and the water.
So the province sets these best practice guidelines through legislation. So it's in the Drinking Water Protection Act and the Sewerage System Regulation that these are established. And then Island Health Authority would be the ones that are implementing these practices along with local governments.
So then we had a presentation from the CRD about septic systems, and maybe staff can refresh my memory. But aren't there municipalities that are joining with the CRD to have people go out and assess the health? Yeah, thank you. Mandatory inspection. So
It came through part of that wastewater when we were looking to pursue a grant, but then we didn't receive the provincial funding. There was a piece in there about us starting picking up a CRD service. And then that's where, if my memory is right, all existing septic would have a certain time or something to prove their,
it was something like,
and then it had to be
all
done.
of them would be inspected. They would have like a follow-up being like, you need to complete X, Y, Z to come into compliance. And then following that, if you're not in compliance, this is what will happen.
Yeah, that was part of the, when we were pursuing the wastewater expansion.
It was all CRDs was signing on to it, and we had the opportunity as municipality to join because it's going to be free for the first year. Or so.
Yeah, that's going back.
Well, we voted it down.
Yeah, we didn't
Yes.
pursue it. It was a year ago, I think, in the fall. I think it was about a year ago.
So that is dead for us.
Yeah,
Okay.
we didn't pursue that.
And come back again this year. That's what they said every year.
Okay, maybe over to us.
I believe, through your worship to council, I believe staff at the time had recommended that, we support the District of Sooke joining the CRD bylaw. Council voted down against that motion, I believe, if I'm remembering this exactly correctly. And so I don't believe staff intended to bring this back again unless directed by council to bring it back again for further consideration. At the time, the options were provided. Council voted to not join the CRD bylaw. And so now staff have turned their attention to other wastewater related issues.
No, I think that's great. I just wanted to make sure. Because it's also who, like, if each different sect has their own definition of what is a permittable amount of space for it still to be a healthy area. I just want to make sure we're not reporting to all these different groups. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Beddoes, did you have?
Excuse me, Your Worship, but I was just going back to my memory, and I believe when we had that proposal from the CRD, it wasn't a foregone program. It was an inquiry as to us joining it but I don't think it's ever being implemented by the CRD, just from my memory. And I guess those that sit on the CRD board may know different, but I'm not aware of that program, inspection program, ever being implemented by the CRD.
I'm not sure. Counselor St. Pierre?
Okay, I think the questions are kind of winding down. I'm ready to make some comments. So I was thinking I would move the motion. You want me to read it out?
Sure.
Okay. So the council give first, second, and third reading to zoning amendment bylaw number 910 600-104 2024, amendments to implement small scale multi-unit housing legislation as prescribed by Bill 44. That council adopt zoning amendment bylaw number 910 600-104 2024. And the council directs staff to provide written notice to the Minister of Housing that the zoning bylaw amendment required for compliance with small scale multi-unit housing (SHMU) requirements has been adopted with applicable, let's cross out that the applicable SHMU exemptions noted by December 16, 2024. Sorry, that shouldn't be there.
Okay, that's been moved, seconded by Counselor Pearson. I'll ask our guests to take their seats, please. Okay, go ahead and speaking to it.
Okay, so I think we have to remember right off the bat that the road and the fact that we only have one road is not really going to have, this is not going to impact that significantly. If we look at an extra 5 houses that come in, the people that are really being impacted are the applicants. And we've had quite a few, basically mom and pop, they're dealing with trying to change the zoning, change the OCP, make all the amendments, and then build a suite for, their daughter, some family members, so on and so forth. These are the people that are actually most impacted by this particular legislation. And we have those people in Sooke, and they are battered and baffled by going through the process of actually getting to what they need, which is affordable housing. This will actually help with that. Now, I'm concerned about the non-conforming because I think that creates a risk factor, but I think we can address that as well, unfortunately, with more zoning amendments and so on and so forth. But having said that, given that this will be implemented regardless, come hell or high water, whether we want to or not, the only people that we are actually affecting and punishing are the people who actually need this affordable housing and would like to have a simpler way to get it. So at this point in time, I just don't see why we should hold back. We have to come into compliance. If we don't, it's going to be forced on us. And meanwhile, like people can actually, in June, they could have taken other means to change the bylaws, change the zoning. Those houses would have come in anyway. These houses do not make a difference to our roads. These people want to build. They're trying to build people that need housing. They need the affordable housing. I'd like us to move forward. Thank you.
Seconder is Counselor Pearson.
What he said. No, I think that we voted it down in June. We asked for an extension. The extension wasn't granted. We've got another time frame. It's the province has mandated this. There are another level of government that is trying to increase the housing supply and affordability in our province, and I think it's incumbent upon us to support this and move forward.
Counselor Beddoes.
I will not be supporting this motion. I don't like things rammed down my throat by other levels of government. I don't like the idea that they've taken away public hearings and people have the right to express their desires or problems with anything. I'm not happy with the density in some areas. I'm really taken aback that the provincial government hasn't looked at our infrastructure and saw what happened when we closed one little road and they blame it all on us. It's their Highway 14. And we have met our housing goals. We have better than met our housing goals. And for us to be lumped in with maybe places like Oak Bay is just insulting. Every time I deal with this, it gives me a bit of a headache. I understand that they're just going to order us, but I think every once in a while you have to maybe have a little bit of a protest. And just for all those reasons, our infrastructure, it's just not kept pace with our housing. We're not getting any help from the government. If they come in and said, okay, we'll give you some money for infrastructure, I'd be all right with it. I don't like it, but we got nothing. And so I won't be voting for it.
Counselor McMath and Bateman.
You stole my stuff. Just echoing what Counselor was saying there. Sooke has gone above and beyond in terms of accommodating additional housing and needs. And this force, and there's all these sort of unintended consequences, and I appreciate it has to be from the province, sort of a blanket approach, at least in the beginning, but there's nuances in each community that are clearly not recognized, and you can tell that from the presentation alone. And imagine being a community member that can't even spare the time to be involved in this level of minutia, and they have a trust within their council that they'll do the right thing, and that's why they elected them. And then they find out after their home burns down that, oh, by the way, all these pieces have changed. And unless there is like severe consequences or financial consequences for us not approving this, I'm of the same mindset where it's kind of a protest to the end. And I do think, I absolutely am adamant that Sooke deserves that extension in the very least, and to sign a letter saying it's basically all of our fault when the singular artery is provincial. And we've asked for help from a multitude of perspectives. Can the province chip in with helping us move the schools off the highway for safety and for congestion reasons? We've advocated since when this group at least first got elected, for an alternative route to go in. We've asked for emergency access roads to be cleared, and I haven't heard anything since we've had that meeting. And it's all great when you don't live here or you leave after, and I recognize you guys are just messengers, so it's not personally, but when everyone leaves, we're still here, and we're the one that's going to take all of the unintended consequences. They're going to be borne by us, and I'm not comfortable doing that with this recommendation.
Counselor Bateman.
Okay, thank you. I find it's interesting that contextually where we were in late June versus where we are today. So I think overall we've done strategically some smart things here. In late June, we were in the midst of a traffic crisis with charters closed. And that produced all the evidence we need, again, that traffic is our #1 issue here. And we know that it's a matter for MOTI, or MOT as it's now known, Ministry of Transportation and Transit, and the District of Sooke to get our respective acts together. We need to build out that secondary road network, and they need to do their promised work. As Mr. Carter identified a couple of weeks ago, they have promised us, I don't know, promise is the right word, pending MOTI confirmation in 2025, the Kaltass and Idlemore intersection, pending MOTI confirmation in 2025, the right-hand turn lanes at Sooke River Bridge to Phillips, and also at Church Road and Charters Road. So when I read that letter that came back from the ministry, they said in the paragraph following, however, we understand the need to enhance transportation infrastructure to reduce congestion. This is why the Ministry of Transportation will be making several improvements over the coming years to Highway 14. That's not much of a guarantee. However, I think back in late June, we weren't getting much satisfaction from the ministry. We'd written Minister Fleming. There was just a lot of frustration in the air. We were not hearing back some strong commitments, I don't think, back then. Today, I think we are hearing strong commitments, and this gives us an opportunity to work with our new MLA and with the ministry to say, okay, let's get some promises and guarantees here of when work will begin, while at the same time pursuing our referendum question. So back, with this legislation, 2,241 lots in Sooke can add up to 4 units. and those 4 units would include a secondary suite or a detached dwelling, would each count as one. And that's about 30% of lots in Sooke. So I think that this is a chess game. We need the province to invest in our community big time. I think pushing back, as I can feel the urge to push back too, but at the same time, I think we have to take it like an adults and use this opportunity to say, okay, we will accept SHMU, at the same time acknowledging, as others have said, the amount of housing starts in this community. We did receive that, those numbers. I mentioned them earlier. Oh, here they are. I don't know, what was it, 2,500 in the last 6 years, and we have about 1,000 permitted homes ready to go, and another 1,000 in the pipeline. So if ever they come to us and say, you're on our naughty list, well, sorry, we are delivering big time. That seems secondary to me to, no, I think that's it.
So I guess I can't take this as an adult. No. I feel a responsibility to the residents that are here today. In this, I hear your point, Councillor St. Pierre, but I don't know who the applicants are. Who's waiting in the queue? They're faceless entities to us, and the neighbors will have no input and will just not even know what's going on because there is no public notification. They would just be built. So the angst in neighborhoods where there already are some challenges with parking and the like would just exasperate, and our bylaw team, as they have been, and us, will have to make good on that as best we can for something that is completely out of our control. We have met the housing goals. And our infrastructure, we are doing what we can. We are digging up a portion of Sooke Road now to address the wastewater mains. We did our part with charters with no support from the province, but we just got it done in the mandated window that we needed to do on time, ahead of schedule, and on budget, thanks to the good work of our staff. The referendum question that we're talking about is a minimum $32 million ask to do Phillips to Charters Road and to basically go through a significant riparian wildlife corridor heavily used by students. And that would tie up the majority of our borrowing for decades with a $300 plus tax hit to residents of today. It doesn't put sidewalks on Grant Road. It doesn't put sidewalks on Whiffenspit Road. All of that will just wait at some point through taxes, higher fees, and all the rest when we manage to build up the reserves to do that. In terms of the concern of the residents that are now legal non-conforming, what that does to their insurance, I don't know. Do they know? Do you know that this is happening? Maybe not. What if you wanted to add something now and you currently don't have that? You want to age in place, or you want to, as we've seen with other applications, your ability to do that will disappear. We will have to answer to that, not the province. In terms of Councillor McMass, you're totally right on the highway. In terms of Sooke being trapped and not having access to the services that it needs to be resilient. So healthcare, that's been a 10-year journey for me. And I have nothing good to share with you. Ambulance service, we've been advocating for. It's the same as it was when we incorporated. I have no good news to share about that. Our schools, we've been advocating for safe egress to casinos. I have nothing to share with you on that. Or the replacement build or seismic enhancement to Sooke Elementary or John Muir, where our youngest generation, who will be paying for this, currently attends school. The first fail on Highway 14 is at Casinos and is a crossing guard whom we fund, keeping those children safe. And that is all they have right now. We asked for some assistance with traffic light timing on Highway 14 with charters. Nope, we can't do that. We asked for assistance with flagging to help move traffic. Nope, that couldn't be provided. We were fully on our own to do that. And it was a miserable, unpleasant time, but we got it done. In terms of Silver Spray, that's interesting. The road between us and Silver Spray is not within our control. And if you travel at night down East Sooke Road, it is narrow, scary, and unlit. But there's more density or whatever it is that's allowed there. So that's a little bit interesting. So I feel that this legislation, it's of a policy book from somewhere, authored by someone we don't know. A member of the public asked earlier about the OCP. Once upon a time when I was elected, the OCP was a visioning document put forward by the community. Community members got forward, they shared what their vision on how Sooke would grow and evolve over the decades to come. And residents had input into this. Now it's basically a provincial policy book that we're waiting to be told what to put in it. It's no longer a vision for the future by the residents of today on how they want their community grow. It's being determined by a different entity from elsewhere that eliminates the public voice because it's mandating what it has to be in there. Targets some formula that we received in the interim housing one that said you need to do this many units. But right now I know there's a 2-year wait list to get into Air Manor. How do residents feel about that who want to stay in our community? 2 years. If you do not have a physician here, try figuring that out through urgent care. And otherwise, enjoy your time in emergency for 11 hours because that's where you're going to have to go. These are important pieces for the quality of life of our community. If we weren't doing anything, but we are to the point where we're receiving resident feedback right now on rezoning that they are opposing on an application that isn't even coming to council yet. Because of the traffic, because of the impact, because of their ability to not find childcare, not find a doctor, not find the services they need. And so will this be slow and gradual? I don't know. I'm hearing that this will be mostly new builds. New builds where? So new housing, new builds, new people, fine. Everyone's welcome, but no public input in every guest in areas people will all be driving to. And another problem we'll have to solve at a later date, like some of the other ones we are currently solving to date. So I'm not in support of this. I don't understand the ministerial answer here that Councillor Bateman read out. We understand the need to enhance transportation infrastructure to reduce congestion. This is why MOTI will be making several improvements over the coming years to Highway 14. When and where, I don't know. While these are significant, the success will largely depend on District of Sooke completing its crucial work. What if our residents decide, we cannot afford that? We have other priorities. So that means that those improvements don't happen because our residents turned out and said no. It'll be up to them to decide if they want to vote. And then you must adopt this. Well, we're not even I don't even have the outcome of the referendum. We don't even have the question yet. We haven't had residents communicate, but I know that residents are also prepared to borrow for other things like preservation of park space, a seniors gathering place, other things that they are saying that is necessary and needed in our community that will enhance their quality of life and livability. We may potentially lose all of that. And then what? This gets turned down, no improvements for you, Sooke? Just like you turned down our wastewater expansion grant that would have supported the Sooke, and a few of the other grants that we didn't receive that we put significant time and effort into. Will we lose our traffic fine revenue? I don't know. There's a lot of unknowns. Yes, there's a housing crisis, not of our creation, just because Sooke is a desirable place to be. And that is why we need to work together with residents, with our staff, to determine where all of this could be. And I think I'd be curious to know from those residents how they feel about losing their ability to do something that they currently have and enjoy, and that they won't be able to age in place and enjoy their property thanks to a policy book that we haven't written, but we will all have to answer to. It's a piece of work that we have a lot to deal with already. So no, I'm not voting in favor of this. And we'll leave it at that. Counselor St. Pierre.
So here's where I truly miss former Councillor Lejeunesse. Because looks like we've got a bit of a tie happening here. And that's unfortunate. No, there's lots of other reasons because I know which way he voted. So would be nice to have him here right now, wouldn't it? For me. I'd like to point out that if we don't approve this, what it means is more work for our staff. We're punishing residents that are trying to move forward in easier ways to make things happen for themselves and have affordable housing. And because it's going to be rammed down our throats and not in a nicer way, more heartache for ourselves. On top of that, it's not actually going to affect any of the things you just talked about. It won't help any of them. None of them. None of them. Pretty much guaranteed. I don't see how it could. Don't see how it could. So what we've done is we've actually hurt ourselves, our residents. It's not going to help. Now we've made a good gesture, or we've made a gesture. We actually let them know. We got some sort of response. They know we're not happy. Or we're going to double down on we're not happy. They know we're not happy. This is not going to help us. At this point in time, we need to move forward. We need to fix that bit around the 36, they're going to have to be grandfathered. Yes, we need to do something about that. But whether we do it now or later, it's coming to us anyway. And does the province care? No, it doesn't. It has the power. It will tell us what to do. Okay, period, end of sentence. That's why I don't think it's kind of an impact. They don't care about our grand gestures. We're just hurting ourselves. That's it. We're making it hard for our residents and we're hurting ourselves. Now, I know the way this is going to go, but that's what I got to say.
All right, Councillor McMath, I believe, then Beddoes and Pearson.
Our obligation is to our community, and we have gone beyond in terms of trying to work with the province, and a multitude of our requests, which are beyond reasonable, have been declined. Answers of there's nothing we can do about that. They have, and maybe that is incorrect, but the way that it is represented by the people that come and make presentations, by the email and letter responses, what is inferred is they don't care. That is the impression that is left by the words they choose and the actions that they take. And with download after download, and Sooke is not the exception, but it is absolutely like take some of the biggest hits because it's a smaller community. So in terms of taxes, or mostly residential tax base, the hits are harder. And when you have comparables, this, and it's not special to these presentations, but so many of these presentations, like, we'll look at Victoria. Well, Victoria is arguably the most dense city in all of Canada. Well, of course they're fine with it. Like, they're done. And we have done our work. We have built the houses. There's other communities all around us that haven't. So like the mayor was saying, if we were lacking in that, I would appreciate and be more open to this sort of push. But after multitude of reasonable requests, trying to work with them, asking for an extension, and all of those pieces combined, the comments around, you're not helping, I'm not helping who? I'm making things more difficult for the province? Like, is it more work for staff or is it less work because the province has to do it now? What is the penalty here? Like a delay because we didn't do it for them? Like, I'm genuinely curious. And so what are they not going to do? Well, my question is, like, what has been done lately? So what is the difference? And I'll tell you what the difference is. You and I, we represent this community. And so you talk about the people in the queue. Well, I'm going to talk about all the rest of like the 15, 20,000 people in this community that have no idea of the actual impacts and consequences later down the road by making a decision of this magnitude. And when we're saying there are pieces that don't fit this community and we're not getting any sort of flexibility in that, then it's my job to say, no, that's my job. I'm not here to, I am here for Sooke. I'm not here for all the other municipalities. I'm not here for the ones that aren't doing their share. I'm not here to, as you almost said, I felt like, bend for the province to make it easier. That's not my job. So that's where I'm sitting with it. I understand what you're saying, and I do get a portion of what you're saying, but in terms of the big picture and stepping back a bit, I can't support it at this stage.
Councillor Beddoes.
Yeah, well, you know, my feelings about the draconian way that the government has treated us. But I also am very much aware that this government almost lost. They won it by a whisker. And I think in this riding, with 100 votes and a solid NDP riding, I think if they continue on at this method of this centralized government and dictating to everybody in every little corner of the province, it'll be at their peril. So if nothing more, send a message that, for one, I'm tired of it. And I think there's a lot of other people in this community that are tired of it as well, as it reflected in the vote, considering who they're running against, and they almost lost to that. Surprising. So I don't know. I don't think we're going to be any worse off by turning it down, because if they order us, fine, they order us. We just have to live with that. But I think there's going to be a cost there. And I thought with the government just barely making it, there might be a little bit more feeling of working with the people of this province, because it's not just us that is, I don't know, pissed off, as I say, but I guess that's me. I think a lot of people, and it reflected itself. So no, I'm not going to roll over on this one, and we'll see where it goes. They're not doing anything for us anyway. So anyway, I've had enough. Thanks.
I'll also add that the minister declined to meet with us, where we could have had a more candid conversation about this. The other ministers were at least willing, and this came to us 2 days before the writ drop, but declined to meet with us, but was willing to meet with the local building community. Councillor Pearson.
Yeah, and I don't want to count votes before the votes are there. I would ask, we may not like it. It's coming on an individual basis. The intent of this bill originally was to increase housing stock. It was to increase the opportunities for affordability in our province. Is it perfect? Probably not. But it, you know, we asked for an extension and we weren't granted it. We have to come up with a regulation. It's, you know, and if anybody's sitting on the fence, I would urge that you, if you have to hold your nose to vote for it, that's what I would urge you to do. However, this is a democratic society. The original intent of this, I can't overstate it, is to get more housing to more people and more opportunities for more people, affordability living in their communities. This is not just a Sooke issue. This is people having to look elsewhere to live because of affordability, and we're running out of options. It's increasing options for a lot of people. That's it.
I'll just add that all the units are market rental. We also applied for some grants to bring in some attainable housing, but we weren't successful with those either. This is market rental, market housing. Councillor Bateman.
Yeah, so I'm going to stick with my vote in favor of this, and I can see how things will play out, seemingly. I don't think by voting in favor here, we're rolling over or we're bending towards the province's will. And what we are doing is in fact stating, okay, this is a strategic partnership for the long term. And yes, as Councillor Pearson just very eloquently said, this SHMU will provide needed affordable housing within the community. It will definitely add to our infrastructure pressures over time, even with slow, who knows what kind of market uptake, seemingly slow at the outset. And so in that strategic partnership, we must, I think, as I said, a chess game, that we need to say, okay, we'll do this, but you need to come through with some strong commitments in the short term to do your work as promised on 14. And while we consider our transportation master plan and funding it out. So that, yeah, and I agree that the province hasn't been particularly generous to us since the premier moved on, but during his years, we did receive quite a significant chunks of funding, including, of course, expansion of the wastewater treatment plant, which is the only reason if we didn't have that expansion, we couldn't be doing this, could we?
You'd be ordered to do that too.
Possibly. But that we are we are this creature of the province, aren't we? Okay,
Well,
there's
then
something for you to.
why even have elections and have a local council be democratically elected if we're nothing more than creatures of the province?
Nothing more. We have
Creatures of
under
the province. I'm sorry, I just find that insulting, because what are we here for? We're here to serve our residents and to do the best we can for both today. And so if that's how we're viewed, then maybe they should start answering more of the calls.
I think that's a direct expression out of some
Provincial handbook.
enabling legislation for the creation of local governments. David Black did a very good keynote for the grumpy taxpayers that is worth reading.
No wonder why they're grumpy.
Yeah, I'm feeling grumpy too. But you know, what else is new?
Well, mindful of the time, I will call the question. There's all of these have been moved together. All those in favor, please. And all those opposed. So we are at a tie with Councillor Beddoes, McMath, and myself opposing. That is a tie vote, which means it's defeated. So I suppose we write and say we held a meeting and it's been defeated. And we don't presently at time of writing have a by-election set. So, sure.
So we were turned down because we did not have a report by a qualified professional attesting to the infrastructure need and risks.
That was not what was in the provincial letter back to us.
Not per se, but in the staff report, it indicates that. So my question would be, do we need to commission such a report?
It says here, the extension requested is refused as it lacks sufficient evidence to support the extension. You have not demonstrated the immediate infrastructure infrastructure upgrades to Highway 14 would have a direct impact on mitigating risk to public health, safety, or the environment. And then it went on to those other pieces, but the piece you said about getting a commitment for the province, how do we do that? We've been advocating for years, a decade, for numerous things, and we're exactly where we were 10 years ago. Okay, so moving on to item 13. Notice of motion, the zero carbon step code. So Councillor Bateman.
Oh, so
You'll need to read you've read
Yes,
this,
so
this
I'll
has been served notice, so it's here for debate.
So that council request a high level staff report on the process and implications of potentially adopting the zero carbon step code ahead of the province of BC's timetable.
Okay, so Councillor Bateman is moving that. It's seconded by Councillor St. Pierre. So to speak to it, go ahead,
So
Councillor
let
Bateman.
me motivate. I can find my paperwork, which I can't. Right. Here we go. Is this it? Yeah, I think that just to follow up on tonight's conversation and the vast amount of input we received, I think it would be very useful indeed to have a high-level staff report that would capture the 4 levels of the energy step code. That code, you know, level 1, if the district was to adopt it, level 1 was designed to help the building community work towards the 2030 deadline. Somewhere I have definite, there's a strong carbon, and then there's a, I think strong carbon is level 2. Anyway, that's what I'd like to see is in that high level staff report. Here's the 4 levels. We know that 2030 is upcoming. Is there something we can do in in the immediate future? I think the report from Mr. Kiefer tonight showing that not Kiefer, Mr. Elliott. It's late. That report indicated that at EL4, there are a lot of options for backup gas within a home. So I think rather than just letting it die on the vine, it would be worthwhile to get that report, then we can have a vote and we can reach closure and we can move on.
Sounds good. Counselor St. Pierre is seconder.
Okay. So I think that moving forward, this is actually really important in terms of a growing community. We've got targets that we're meant to meet, and one of the only ways that we can actually meet them, it's been pointed out, if we keep on allowing more people, how do we actually keep our emissions down, especially when the metrics don't actually take into account a growing population, which would penalize us harshly in terms of actually meeting those targets. If, however, the houses that are built are essentially zero carbon, then those houses are actually preferable to homes elsewhere that would not be zero carbon. We actually can continue to have building permits and houses built and potentially not have our GHGs increase quite so out of bounds. The other thing is that in 5 more years, this is going to be mandated again. And at that point, we'll have a whole bunch of essentially obsolete housing that was built to be fully heated with natural gas. Because let's be honest, most of the houses are being built using electricity because it provides better cooling, it's cheaper, it's healthier, it's got all the advantages. That's why more housing is being built that way. I would also suggest that one of the issues that we're having is a fear that if we went through with this, then Fortis would no longer have enough interest in extending their network to reach those homes. But I would suggest that they're going to have to change their business model, because in 5 years, all the homes are going to be like this, which means that if they want to actually, you know, light up our barbecues and our fireplace and so on and so forth, they're going to have to look at a different way of doing things. They're going to have their distribution network reach out anyway. I actually don't think there's much of a risk as far as that goes. And if it turns out you can't get that, you can get a propane tank. That's what I do. It's not that hard. I think that we actually owe it in many ways to people that buy homes to have lower operating costs, healthier air, reducing the GHGs, making sure they have air conditioning, and again, to our builders to actually have that regional consistency if the majority of the regional local governments are doing this. So looking forward to a report to see how we can actually do this and whether or not there are any negative impacts on our community, and only positive. That'd be wonderful.
Counselor McMath and Beddoes?
I have a ton of questions. So what is it exactly that you want in this high level overview of the benefits and detriments to accelerating the step code? Because some of the pieces that I would want in there is what percentage of emissions is the highest for Sooke? Because I'm thinking that it's going to be the transportation. And if we expedite the step code and we finish it all by the end of next year, what is the percentage impact that has on decreasing the emissions in Sooke versus if we promoted, created, and sustained industrial commercial, which would have local jobs? So if I look at it from, I take 10% of the commuters off of Sooke Road, does that have a substantially higher impact on those emissions? The goals are the same, the paths are different. And so those are the kind of metrics that would need to be in there, in which case it can't be a high level overview, because to make an educated decision, you need these metrics, you need these comparables. The other question is, when do you want this report? Because we have a lot of pieces burning right now. So for triaging, we're looking at things like when you want the report and also staff capacity. We have the OCP, we have this Bill 44 that's going to take up time. We have our by-election, then we're going to have a second by-election. There's just a lot, there's a lot going on. And so is this something that we meet later and we review from our strategic priorities so that we are thoroughly aware of what has to be knocked off in order to, because the idea is great and I do support that. I want those metrics, but I think council needs to have a look at all the other things that staff have on their docket before we push this.
Well, just that.
Can I respond?
Well, no, because Councillor Beddoes is next. I just realized your microphone wasn't open, but I guess they missed the swear word.
Nothing?
I'm sorry.
Oh, that's all right. Anyway,
Okay.
I said my piece.
Fair.
Turn it off now.
Oh, Councillor Bateman, did you want to respond to some of the questions?
Well,
asked?
that was very well argued, Councillor Beddoes. It's interesting that the Juan de Fuca Regional District has adopted EL3. Okay, so again, a more rural character. And yes, Sooke is made up of a denser town center and these other areas. However, I find, so there was the question, thank you, you're back. And part of my motivation here is to reach closure on this because it's being up in the air. We have declared a climate emergency as a district. And this action is the one best thing we can do on that housing front. Agreed, it's 8% of our total emissions. We do have the Stantec report from 2022, which indicates, as I said earlier, natural gas represents close to 3,500 tons of carbon CO2 equivalent. So that is, yeah, so that the metrics are there. We do have the ability to hire outside staff. Catherine Letition, a former planner here with the District of Sooke, last October, delivered a very large document to Machosen as it moved forward with its planning around this. So she would potentially be available as a consultant to do the work that it doesn't look like it over there. Anyway, that would be a suggestion. There's also a ton of staff reports delivered by Colwood and View Royal and Victoria, Saanich, Central Saanich, North Saanich. They've all gone through the process. So it'd be a question of, to me, that high level would be a cut and paste job with a Sooke spin, of course, and then we could have our vote. Because as I say, also it was, yeah. So I won't counter argue, but I will a little bit, because I heard that earlier, the 75% of homes here on Vancouver Island are being built. The market is dictating, as Councillor Beto said, for EL4. So that's where, yeah. Anyway, that's my motion. And I stand with it.
Okay, Councillor St. Pierre, briefly.
Briefly, I think it's really important that we move forward with this. This is one of the lowest hanging fruit to actually reduce our emissions. We are actually mandated to do so. We have targets with our 7% solution. We haven't been able to make much headway. This is a stroke of the pen way of actually making some headway. I would point out that having to actually change your house afterwards is expensive retrofits. It is expensive to change your house to a different system later on. People are going to want this, and if they're putting in the wrong system right now or it's being put in for them, they're not going to thank us. No one is going to thank us for not moving forward with this. And honestly, our young people need some hope that we have some leadership and that we understand how incredibly desperate the situation is, because right now they're being hopeless and they're actually dying on us because of it. This is ridiculous.
Okay, Councillor McMath.
As the closest thing to a young person, I'm just gonna argue as well. So there's a couple pieces. I agree that we have to lower emissions. We agree on that. It's the path into that. So, and again, in terms of juggling all the things that we have on, is it actually faster to get to those targets via another path? And when you talk about, because in previous meetings, two of you have referenced that the rebates that you get minimize any costs. So either it's the rebates do that or they don't do that, but you can't select depending on what you're trying to motivate. So, and the other thing too is as well, what is unfortunate, because all of these emergencies, including the climate emergency, affect young people's mental health, they're burdened by a generational download. So they're the same group that's going to pay for that. And people are referencing the building community. The building community is the one that is going to explain the actual costs. The builder, the seller, they're not going to take those costs. It is going to be the person that's trying to purchase the home. And it kind of circles back to the Bill 44. We hope there is not a huge influx of people all of a sudden building exponentially because of those pieces. But for anyone to afford a mortgage now, it's the only way to afford a house. So, you know, everyone would like this single family home on a larger piece of property, of course, but financially it is impossible. There are so many things weighing on the youth. So again, I agree Sooke needs to move forward with its targets, but I just don't think that's the path to compliance. And my question is, does staff have the capacity for this sort of broad spectrum report right now?
Okay, I support the motion. It's a report where we can take a look and see we're not making this decision at this time. We're just getting a report on how we potentially could get there. And then that would lead to a broader conversation where we may hear from some why it isn't achievable and others why it is. So this is a report, and it's in line with our low carbon resilience, all those pieces about, you know, we have the early adopters, you need the buy-in, all of that. To me, it's a report, and we can, I'm in support of it. So I'm going to call the question. All those in favor, please. Any opposed? Councillor McMath, Beddoes, and Pearson are opposed, so the motion is defeated. Okay. I'm just mindful of the time, so I need council to pass a motion to continue meeting past 11 o'clock.
I'll move that.
Move to meet past 11 by Bateman, seconded by Beddoes. All those in favor? You don't have the floor. You're not the mover. Counselor Bateman is nothing. As I said, there's items in camera that we need to attend to, but we'll see. Otherwise, we look for another date. So I'll call the question. All those in favor of meeting past 11? Any opposed? The other three were defeated. We're not meeting past 11, so I'll look for a motion to adjourn. Moved by Counselor McMath, seconded by Counselor Bateman. All those in favor of adjournment? I'm opposed to adjourning. Motion carries. And that's a wrap.